It's 6:30 on May 28, 2024. The City of Bastrop reserves the right to reconvene, recess, or realign the regular session or called executive session or order of business at any time prior to adjournment. I'm calling the City Council to order. Welcome, everybody, and we are very pleased to have two young gentlemen from the Colorado River Collegiate Academy to lead us in the pledges. Will Max Layson and Edwin Demas please step forward and lead us in the pledge, and will you all please stand if able? Y'all stand right up over here so everybody can see y'all.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Everybody give these young men a round of applause. If y'all will stay here for a moment, gentlemen, he's going to come and take a picture of y'all for posterity. Thank you, gentlemen. If you'll remain standing, I'd like to ask Dale Burke to come forward and lead us in prayer. One of our outstanding chaplains and outstanding citizen of the city of Bastrop.
Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, what a beautiful day you've blessed us with here in a blessed community of Bastrop. Lord, just thank you for everyone that's here tonight, Lord, concerned citizens coming here to take part in city government. So, Lord, I thank you for each one of the council members here, the mayor and the city manager, the whole team, Lord, with diverse backgrounds, yet operating in unity tonight as they make decisions for the best interests of the city. Lord, we thank you that there's peace and order in this meeting tonight, and that everyone's concern is brought forward and creative ideas led by you, Holy Spirit, to make the right decisions. We thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Y'all may be seated. More. Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to the mayor's report. I was thankfully gone a lot last week. I took a trip to Alaska where it never got over 50 degrees, and I walked in, and we're not at 50 degrees here. But upon my return yesterday, I was very honored to be able to read a joint proclamation by our city council and by the Commissioner's Court, Bastrop County Commissioner's Court, recognizing Memorial Day and to honor our fallen, but those who lost their lives in actual combat have lost their lives subsequent to due to injuries and other circumstances. And that was a tremendous honor to do so. The Bastrop County and the city of Bastrop really do well by our veterans, and I'm happy to be a part of it. That being said, I will move to our newest council member, Councilmember Foster, to see if she has anything to report out on.
I got to participate in our first ever, not first ever, but under this name, River Cleanup on Sunday, May 19th. It was under the TLC. It's something that Lee Harrell started called the Lower Colorado, and also TLC, like Tender Loving Care, to our parks. So we had over, I think, 15 people hauling stuff out of the river, doing a trash cleanup in the river, and then we had some land sweepers cleaning the land and painting the fences and spreading mulch. It was an awesome day. One fella, Emmett, even, I want to give props to Emmett Matheson. He hauled a refrigerator in his kayak for 4.5 miles. So thank you, Emmett. We're going to be doing these more in different parks, especially around the Colorado River. So we'll be posting them on the City of Bastrop Facebook page. And also, I was super busy turning 48 yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the honor of volunteering for Yesterfest last weekend, which was phenomenal. It was our second annual one. We brought it back after many years of being gone, so it was even more successful this year. I will say that was probably the hottest day of the entire year so far on Saturday. So that was an experience, but we all had a great time, and thank you, Nancy Wood and the Museum and Visitor Center for putting that on. Also, the Memorial Day ceremony at Fairview Cemetery was very touching. Participated, my family and I. The laying of the wreath was in honor of my uncle, Billy Wall, who's a 8 Purple Heart recipient, passed away last year at the age of 93. So that was very special. And I just want to thank Robbie Sanders for doing such a great job with our cemetery at Fairview. And also I want to remind everyone this Saturday, June 1st, at the Foundry art exhibit on Chestnut Street, the artist, sculptor, who did the Harriet Tubman sculpture in bronze will be there, so you can meet him. His name is Wesley Wofford, and the sculpture of Harriet Tubman will be at the Kerr Center starting June 15th. And that's a traveling exhibit of that. So Bastrop will be the first place in Texas for the monument to be there. So that's June 15th. It will be there, but this Saturday you can meet the artist.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Bastrop. So I did much of the same things that the other council members did. I also participated in I'm calling it the Fisherman's Park cleanup. And so I picked the hardest job I could pick, which I thought would be the easiest job, which was painting a netted fence. That was the hardest job I could have picked. I would have rather just picked up the trash, but we got it done, a group of us, and we'll be going back for that. It was on a Sunday morning. I think we're going to change the date, the day, for people that want to go to church, but if you are interested in helping with that, we enjoyed it. I had fun. I volunteered for Yesterfest. It was the hottest day, but I picked the 7:45 a.m. shift and had 2 fans. So by the time it started getting hot, I was already at home in my AC. But that was fun, volunteering for that. And I also attended the Memorial Day ceremony on yesterday. I wanted to talk about the Delgado mural. So the reveal happened finally on May 18th. Minerva Delgado and her family came down from Houston, which was a wonderful thing because she was impacted by the storms. They had been out of power for like 3 days. So it was good for her to get out of Houston and come to Bastrop to the dedication with her kids and her grandchildren. It was a really good day. We had proclamations from the mayor. We had proclamations from our state rep, Governor Abbott, Congressman Cornyn. And I want to publicly thank all of their representatives for getting that together 2 weeks out after I got a whim and asked for it. They got it all together for me. I want to thank council for supporting the project, the St. David's Foundation, and Mayor Pro Tem for their contributions. Priscilla Ruiz spoke on behalf of the St. David's Foundation, our artist, Curtis Griffin, for his talent and what he brings to Bastrop, to staff, and particularly Terry Moore, who executed the program flawlessly at every email. Appreciate that so much. Maria Montoya Staten and Linda Quiros for organizing the entertainment. Premier Baptist Church for their participation from their congregation, including their youth. McDade came out. Their folklorico dance team came out. And then we had speakers, former Mayor Ken Kessler, former Mayor of Elgin, Ron Ramirez, and former Senator Gonzalo Barrientos. So it was a packed house. Her family's, she was overwhelmed. Her family was overwhelmed with emotions. She's still texting me saying thank you, wanting all photos taken. So if you were there, send me photos because she wants them all. And she was just mostly proud to see the babies that were part of the program and that her grandbabies were able to actually see this happen while she was still here, while she's still here living. So we got some things that we want to get done in the park to include some park benches. She wants an arch, which was actually part of the original plans with the name of the park, and more shade. There's not enough shade. So I'm going to be working with Terry Moore and hopefully getting that done. Hopefully starting by by the end of the year, we'll have some set plans in place to build that park out. But appreciate everyone involved in helping putting that together. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland. No, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Plunkett.
No, thanks.
We will move on, but before we go to the city manager's report, Council Member Foster had said that she was celebrating 40, and we have a card to help you continue the celebration. You're quite welcome. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few brief slides. One, we just discussed Yesterfest. Here are some image of the sweltering heat and the awesome contest that was sponsored by the Bearded Baker. There was apparently a contest for ginger beards. I'll just let you figure out which one won that particular contest. Very, very hot. Thank you to all the volunteers who actually even showed up to help. Hopefully next year we won't pick such a hot day and we may have greater attendance. We are having a Sit with Sil tomorrow at Morelia's Restaurant, which is next to Cayoto near Taco Cabana. It'll be our first bilingual Sit with Sylvia, so I encourage folks who English is not their first language, but rather Spanish, to come and sit and just listen to what's going on in Bastrop. And then lastly, budget season. Oh, lovely budget season. I feel like we just finished, but it's already underway. Staff has already inputted their budget. Finance and I are going to begin to put a draft budget together. And when we begin having our conversations with the council, we will put out, the same as last year, a balancing act, which allows the residents to input where they would like to see any extra, quote-unquote, budget dollars be applied. So that's what I have.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a request. I have received numerous calls throughout my tenure on council, but recently several regarding our homeless friends. So Chief Stefnik presented a presentation of, I think, about the number of homeless people we have living in Bastrop or being present in Bastrop, and then that was kind of it. We just got the numbers. I was wondering if we could get a follow-up presentation explaining why that was presented, because we kind of really didn't get an explanation. But also, I think some of the residents that I've spoken with want to know what our policy is regarding our homeless friends. So if we could possibly get a presentation on what our policies are regarding the homeless, kind of a recap of the information data that we received in a previous brief presentation, and also what was the third thing I was going to ask for? Policy. Oh, what is the process of what happens to our homeless populations in certain situations? For instance, I explained to a resident that we can't just kick them off the street because they're walking downtown. That's not something that we can do. If they're laying across the sidewalk or they're causing a disruption or disturbance, then there's policies in place regarding police intervening, but we as council don't have any specific policy, right? So what is the process? When does the police interact with the homeless? When should a resident contact the police? When should a resident contact the city? So we can get some direction and some information to the public regarding how we're dealing with our homeless friends. I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, City Manager, if we could remind people, or you could let us know, the weather as it gets hotter, public places like the library, different areas where you can go and cool off are available. So I just wanted to let y'all know, and please spread that because it can be dangerously hot and it's going to get a lot worse.
Will do.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Lee, you have anything else you'd like to say on? Thank you. We'll move on to item 4D, a proclamation of the City Council, City of Bastrop, Texas, recognizing June 2024 as Pride Month. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'll ask council to come off the dais to take a photo with folks from our Pride Committee who are present. So if our Pride Committee folks can step to the podium while I read the proclamation. led by our famous Dax Haverlax. Thank you all. So whereas the month of June was designated Pride Month to commemorate the Stonewall riots, which occurred in June of 1969 and are generally recognized as the catalyst for LGBT rights movement, and whereas every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to equal and equitable benefit of the law without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability. And whereas the group that created Bastrop Pride was formed in 2021 through the striving efforts to foster community and gain their nonprofit status in March of 2023, and whereas Bastrop's Pride celebrations and programs have grown to serve not only the city of Bastrop, but the entire county and all other communities that may touch our borders, and whereas Bastrop Pride is committed to increasing education, awareness, social, and support opportunities throughout our community by way of scholarships, festivals, and collaboration with other organizations, and whereas Bastrop celebrates the history and diversity of our community, of our city's community, and promotes a society in which all residents can live free from discrimination, and whereas Pride Month is an opportunity to celebrate this harmony in which we coexist. Now, therefore, I, Sylvia Carrillo Trevino, City Manager of the City of Bastrop, do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Bastrop Pride Month. Thank you very much.
So I'll go to this side. More spaces.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 5, work sessions and briefings. We have none. We'll move to staff and board reports. 6A, receive presentation of unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending March 31st, 2024. Ms. McElwain.
Good evening. I'm here to present March and April financial statements. It's going to be a little bit redundant because things haven't changed a whole lot. In March, we only had one fund that was in the negative, and it was the hotel occupancy tax, which was to be expected. We had the budget adjustment that was in April, as you'll see as we get there. Here is the summary of all funds, the revenues. Everything is in the positive. We're really strong. The negative 99% is the general government projects. Those are EDC funded projects that we have not started or that we are potentially not going to complete. So we will reevaluate that and make an adjustment for it. The other is the impact fees. I had previously told you that I had found the budgeted amounts and was going to evaluate those. One of the areas was de-annexed, and then another section of apartments is delayed due to financing, and so that's where some of that is off. And then the hot tax fund, it is going to correct in April with the budget amendment. For our expense report, we are looking really strong for all of our funds. The bond funds, we're just spending the money that was allocated to that. The way that it was forecasted, it was kind of spread over several months, and we have just spent all of it on the projects that it was allocated for. Sales tax revenue was less than projected this month, but it was a 2% increase over prior year collections. So we're still ahead from prior year in sales tax. Property tax revenue is right on schedule. We are at 2.4% in March, ahead of projections. General fund expenditures by department, we're at 99%. We're pretty much spending right along with the year. Some departments are over, some are under, but it all nets out to be right on track. Our water wastewater revenue is strong. We're at 6% over projections. And our expenditures, we're at 93%, so we have a positive forecast there. Our electric fund revenues are also up 2%, almost 2.5%. Our hotel occupancy tax revenue, you can see March, we had not made the adjustment, the budget amendment, so we are at negative 10.9%. We had a big month in February. That was because we had received a large payment from the previous, that is normally would have been in the previous month. But March was right on track with what it should have been. And our expenses are in line with our revenues that are received. In development services, we are also, it was down a little in March, but we were still strong compared to our expenses.
Any questions for our CFO, Councilmember Lee?
Yes, so on the hotel occupancy tax, during the April meeting, you did say that it would correct itself with budget amendments. It was at negative 14.8%. I got a little confused on this last slide because I thought that I had saw that we were now within 1%. Right, that's correct,
Let me
right?
get there.
I read that right.
April, yes.
Did you do the April 1st and then go back to March?
Oh, no.
I think that's what confused me.
Oh, no, it was at negative 10% or negative 11%. Wait, 10, or let me get back there. It was negative 10% in March and negative 1 in April.
I missed the April, because when I looked at the screen, it just said March. Did you show us
I haven't
the
gotten
April?
there
Okay.
yet.
Oh, you haven't gotten there yet? Oh,
No.
okay. Maybe I should wait until the second one.
That would explain it.
That's why I was confused. Okay.
Any
thank
other-
you.
any
I'll
other
wait for
questions?
the second one to ask my next question.
Outstanding.
So I did want to point out, Ms. McElwain, for the council's benefit, the impact fees, those two projects, I want to be clear, one of them is Colorado Bend, and the other one is Bastrop Grove. The Bastrop Grove is under the settlement agreement, so those fees are calculated a little bit differently, and we anticipated many more of those units going vertical. Interest rates in the environment, the financial world has changed a little bit, so they have slowed. They've not stopped, they've slowed.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions, Councilmember Lee?
No, I'll wait till she finished the April.
Can I get you to flip your light off because it confuses me? We'll move on to, I'm sorry. We'll move on to 6B, receive presentation unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending April 30th, 2024. Ms. McElwain.
Okay, this is the summary of all of the revenue. Once again, it's the same as March. The negative 99% are the EDC projects that either have not started or we're pushing those back. And then the vehicle and equipment replacement fund, that's the impact fees. A vehicle replacement fund, that one corrected itself. I know in the past couple of months, we had talked about how it was going to be in the negative, and we had spent the money, but it would catch up, and it did. The impact fees, though, that was also as noted in March financials of the two projects, Colorado Bend and Bastrop Grove.
Yes.
And then for expenses, this is again the bond money that is spent on these specific projects. April was a strong month for sales tax. We were 4% over forecast. We are at 4% over forecasted amount, which is pretty strong for a sales tax increase. Our property tax revenue was budgeted beautifully. We are right on track for the year. Our general fund expenditures, we have some departments that are over and some that are under, but we're at 96.5% of our expenses, our actual expenses to our forecast, so we are right on track. Water, wastewater funds, our revenues are 5.4% higher than forecast, so we're going strong there, with also being consistent with our expenditures. We're still at 93.6% for the month of April. Our electric fund, we were down a little bit. Our revenues are still greater than forecasted. Hotel occupancy tax, we had a strong month in April. We had spring break, and then there are some that pay quarterly payments, and it all hit in April. So it pushes to -1% there. I fully expect that to continue to correct itself as we continue. And our expenditures are down in line with our hotel occupancy tax revenues. Our development services was down this month. This is a new fund, and so we kind of just spread the expenses out over the year evenly. So this was to be expected, and our expenditures are at 77.2%. So we are a long way from outspending our revenue in this fund.
Any questions for our CFO, Councilmember Lee?
So, thank you, Mayor. So we used to get a document in our packets that also outlined what expenditures we have in legal and attorney fees. What happened? We haven't gotten that since October. Was the last packet that I found it in. Why did we stop getting that?
I wasn't aware that you stopped.
It hasn't been in the packet since October, yeah.
Okay.
So if we could get that added back, I'd appreciate it.
Good suggestion, thank you. Any other questions for our CFO? Seeing none indicated, thank you, ma'am. We will now move to citizen comments. I will say that I've tried to separate these the best that I can between citizen comment and specific agenda item. If I call your name for citizen comment and you want to speak on a specific agenda item, just let me know and I will I will rearrange my paperwork. The first person to speak on citizen comment is Jeanette Watson. If you'll approach the podium, give your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Jeanette Watson, Leisure Lane, Cedar Creek.
Thank you.
City Council, Mayor. Since I'm going to refer to it a few times, let me start off this evening by reading our great First Amendment to our Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Shortly after the Constitution and Bill of Rights was ratified, John Adams wrote a letter to his wife Abigail Adams in which he penned these words: "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." The founders of our Constitution knew that government ought to support the true morality and virtue. That is, a morality and virtue grounded in the laws of nature and nature's God. From the laws of nature and nature's God, man's natural rights and duties are derived. And thus, with that wisdom and intent of interpretation, our fathers drafted the Constitution, with the First Amendment being written for the protection of the freedoms to carry out those God-given natural rights and duties. In the past 233 years, no part of our Constitution has been more dissected, misconstrued, misinterpreted, and misunderstood than the First Amendment. What intended to preserve our freedoms has been used to destroy them. Last year, in the redress of grievances, Margarita and I petitioned the City Council to reconsider allowing lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, queers, and pedophiles to display their pride in our city. That grievance has not been withdrawn, but I'm not here to petition that again. I'm more here tonight just as an admonition. And so I end today with another quote from John Adams. "Human passion, unbridled by morality and religion, would break the strongest cords of our Constitution as a whale goes through a net." Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person scheduled to speak under citizen comments, not signed up for citizen comments. She does not wish to speak, but she wants to register her support of the Gateway project. Next person scheduled under citizen comments is Mark Whiting.
Didn't know I was scheduled to comment, I just sent in a piece of paper, but
I'd
I'd be happy to comment, sir.
Sure.
I was noticing, I used to work for City of Austin, Water and Wastewater and Special Services, and I'm thinking that the city may be getting ahead of itself as far as its utilities if it starts having very large developments. I'd also like to wonder, what is the status of the new treatment plant that's going in over off of 304? Has it finished yet?
Sir, unfortunately, under citizen comments, we can't respond to questions.
Oh, okay.
So it's
So,
something,
okay.
the city manager has heard this, and she will provide an answer at a later point in time.
I'd love to visit with her.
Thank you.
But I'm thinking that that great big hill behind Buc-ee's needs to stay wooded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person scheduled does not wish to speak, wants to register their opposition to the Gateway project. That would be Aaron Veal of 110 Mulberry Cove. Next person registered does not wish to speak, Terry Hawker, 204 South Buckhorn Drive, wants to register her opposition to the Gateway project. Next person registered does not wish to speak, Haley Hawker, 270 Rimrock, wants to register her opposition to the Gateway project. Next person registered to comment is Georgianne Shockley. Please approach the podium, give your name and address, and you'll be given 3 minutes.
Okay, Georgianne Shockley, 630 East Riverside Drive, Bastrop, Texas. Was shown an article in my neighborhood this week and thought I'd read it to you. People are leaving Austin. It's never been cool to pave over paradise and put up a parking lot. But having made Austin just one big real estate play, in the words of those who fought and lost to make Austin's growth pay for itself, may well be proven right. Growth at breakneck speed may not be sustainable and can even be destructive. That's because the balance between the human race and the rest of nature is delicate. Just think about those who benefit from keeping this trajectory in place for Bastrop's growth. Who does it really benefit? For now, we have a bad idea, and the 2011 Bastrop Complex fire made us all tree huggers. So I'm hoping that you will forego this project on the hill. I've seen the growth come from Austin all the way down to Kyle and Buda, which are now just parts of Austin, just in a different direction. And it's nothing but pavement, lots of pavement. And in fact, when I've driven through Kyle and Buda, I don't recognize them anymore. And I'd hate to see that happen to this town. Thank you.
Thank you. The rest of the comments are scheduled for a specific agenda item, so we will move on to, well, let me ask, do we have any other citizen comments, Madam City Secretary?
No, Mayor.
Thank you so much. We will move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody at the dais wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Does anybody in the audience wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you will read the consent agenda.
The consent agenda reads as follows. Item 8A, consider action to approve city council minutes from the May 14th, 2024 regular meeting. Item 8B, consider action to approve the second reading of ordinance number 2024-15 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the budget for the fiscal year 2024 in accordance with existing statutory requirements, appropriating the various amounts herein as attached in Exhibit A, repealing all prior ordinances and actions in conflict herewith, and establishing an effective date. Consider action to item 8C, consider action to approve the second reading of ordinance number 2024-12 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, disannexing from the city limits for full purpose land being approximately 312.61 acres, known as Bastrop, Colorado Bend Phase 1, out of the Stephen F. Austin Survey, abstract number 2 in Bastrop County, Texas, located west of Lovers Lane and southeast of the Colorado River. Item 8D, consider action to approve the second reading of ordinance number 2024-13 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, approving the zoning change for 6.218 plus minus acres out of the Nancy Blakey Survey, abstract number 98, located west of FM 969 within the City of Bastrop, Texas. P3 residential to P5 core, as shown in attachment 2, providing for findings of fact, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for enforcement, providing for proper notice and meeting, and establishing an effective date. This concludes the consent agenda items.
Motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion from Councilmember Lee, a second from Councilmember Plunkett. Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. We'll move on to 9A. Council, you'll recall we left the public hearing open from our last meeting, and this public hearing is still open. Hold public hearing and consider action to approve the first ordinance number 2024-11 of the City Council, City of Bastrop, Texas, approving the zoning change for 31.4559 plus or minus acres out of the A3 Bastrop Town Tract, Bastrop County, Texas, more commonly known as Bastrop Gateway, from P2 rural and P5 core to Planned Development District with P5 core-based zoning, as shown in attachment 2, providing for findings of fact, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for enforcement, providing for proper notice and meeting, and establishing an effective date, and move to include on the June 11th, 2024 consent agenda. Ms. Kennedy.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. So as you said, this is the gateway that we have previously discussed. You can see it located here, Pitt and 71. It's approximately about 31.5 acres of land that the developer is requesting a planned development district and rezoning on this. So the item has been before you previously, and it has had some amendments since. So I'm just going to go through a couple of the amendments, as well as first I'm going to mention the future land use plan for this area. Per the 2016 comprehensive plan, it is transitional housing. As you can see in the orange, P2 currently allows for single family and duplexes. So this is the original proposal of the PDD that was seen first. It had the request for all lots to be zoned P5, for parcels A, B, D, E, H, and I to be 8 stories maximum allowed, parcels C, F, and G, 9, and in there allowed 1 12-story building. It also requested to increase the impervious cover from 80% up to 90%. And so this is the PDD ask list. This is essentially just all of the variances that they're requesting with the original submittal. The main ones are the ones that I had just gone over, as well as like the typical, the lot layout, the parking location, everything like that. After public input, they had their first revision that was submitted back on May 9th. This included adding the 50-foot buffer along the residential area, moving the hotel site to the south, but it did not include a reduction in height. The PDD ask list did not change with that first submittal. All that changed was the physical of the master plan. Now that brings us to what they have proposed for today. This is their newest submittal that they have. You can see here, these 3 lots are currently existing P5. Everything else is currently P2. They are now proposing that these 3 parcels be P5 and these 3 remain P2. So it'll be a mix between P5 zoning and P2 zoning. The height has been lowered in their request down to the 5 stories, which is allowed by right in P5. And the impervious cover in P2 has been reduced to 70%, but it's still above the P2 max at 40%. So that is one of the variances they're requesting on this. And the height has been reduced to 5 stories along the commercial. And so this is their updated ask list. I have outlined the 3 new asks that they have. The other ones are the same, where it's like the lot layout, the parking location, and things like that. The main three things they're asking for additionally is the uses to be that allowed in P2 to be townhomes and multifamily. Currently, only single family and duplexes are allowed in P2. They're requesting an increase in P2 impervious cover from 40% to 70% and a height from 2 stories to 3 stories. Then I have for Miss Sylvia, a couple things.
So, Council, I thought it was important for us to talk about the development process. We're sitting with many of you and listening to some of the public comments and to address some of the concerns as part of the development. So, in the PDD, we are still in the zoning. You cannot get to a subdivision of land, which this entire parcel will have to go through the platting process. During the platting process, that's when we get to take any additional for roads, we get to take any additional for park space, we get to take any additional for right-of-way as it aligns with all of our adopted plans. Even if they can get through the plat process, they still have to get through the site process, which also includes drainage. The plat would have included a public improvement plan agreement, and that is approved by the Planning Commission. And if there's any variances requested to that, it has to come to the City Council. So at any point during that process, we can still hit a wall of no because it can't pass a subsequent test. At the site process, which is where many people get stuck, and I will bring just to light Farm Street Village, which is right here behind the convention center. They went through this process and got a subdivision for, I believe it's 72 single family, 72 lots across the street. In the process, the flood maps changed. So even though they have an approved plat, they can't get through the site process because you can't drain that area, number 1, and 2, you can't get past the flood map or floodway without some significant changes to the property, which would require massive engineering on the developer's part, and then has to go through FEMA, and so there's all of that stuff. We have received preliminary towed information. We have verified that information. There's still the opportunity to have to provide electric and all of the other services. None of that has hit go yet. At this point, it's just the land use. And then we get to actual construction of the site. There are obviously things that we discovered during the process as things are going vertical that will also hit a stop sign. And none of these actions can happen without, at first, the zoning happening. The law is very clear, and the law really holds our hands as to what we can and can't ask for and at what period of time in the development. A PDD is meant to be as creative as possible, and it's also meant to have the council ask for items that they believe need to be asked for within the continuum. And so, yeah. So we've talked about traffic being a concern. So we know just by looking at the plat that Pitt Street is going to be a problem, and we also know that 21, which is Chestnut and 150, is going to have some TxDOT conversations, and also potentially Walnut. Those are all in the developer's nickel. We have transportation impact fees, and there is a possibility the TxDOT may not even grant access onto 150. So that's a hoop they've got to get through. Drainage at the site, our current code says pre and post-development must equal, right? You can't shed any more than that. And so that's got to be also addressed. We know there are deep ravines in that area, and we also know that's got to be figured out through the public improvement plan process. None of these things happen without an engineer seal that these things can actually happen. And then the toad, we talk about it again at site plan, and we talk about it again at plan review to make sure it is what the county and the feds have approved as their permit to move forward. And at any one of these points, if they don't meet those requirements, there is an opportunity for a variance. But that variance is not staff. That variance is a legislative body. That variance is going to be the Planning Commission and or the City Council, depending on what that variance is. So, next step. So, I've been asked a lot about how we got here and what is it. And so our B3 code really is a new urbanism code. Absolutely a new urbanism code. And some of that is good information. You talk about walkability and you talk about connectivity. But the new urbanism code, and that's a direct from the Congress for the New Urbanism, really is against low density patterns. I'm going to say that again. It is against low density patterns. And so in our own code, inherent in our code is an invitation for density, is an invitation for quote unquote communities that have a short walk from start to finish. And so what does that do? That encourages the numbers. And it becomes a very attractive play for developers who can come into a city with no lot size minimum and put a lot of things on a piece of property. And so some of this is what we're going to be visiting again with Planning Commission. And again, I will tell you, we're going to go through the comprehensive plan, and we're going to go through all of the plans that got us to the point that we are today. And so this is our outward facing to the world. And so I've been asked, okay, well, how come we're allowing so many things to be on such? And I thought we didn't want to be Austin. Well, the reality of it is there are certain things in our code that we absolutely need to touch. For example, if we want to be a tree-friendly city because we are a Tree USA, let's start the protections less than 13 inches in caliper, which is where we start today, measured 4 feet off the ground. That's a pretty large tree. And if we're really concerned about drainage and we're really concerned about the Colorado and stormwater, then let's put in stormwater protections and let's not have impervious covers of 85% in some of our drainage, in some of our districts. If we're really a tree city and a bird city and we want to attract those things, let's make sure those protections are inherent in our code and not glossed over. So that's
Council, any questions for our city manager or Ms. Higgins?
So there's a continuing portion of the presentation that belongs to the developer.
Yes,
Okay.
we have the developer here to speak as well.
Yeah, I was making sure the council didn't have any questions prior to having them come up. So. Councilmember Meyer. You bet.
Thank you, Kennedy. Can we go back to that purple slide where we had the P2s, the P5s, the P4s?
Yep.
Okay, so what we're really saying on the P2, on the, right, correct. What we're really saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that's really a P4, right? With the 3-story and the 70% impervious?
Yes, it's the uses, impervious cover, and stories of P4.
So, okay, just to let, for clarity, it says P2, but with the exceptions, it's really a P4. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, you have your light on? I know. Carry on, Ms. Higgins.
All right, so we have the developer.
Turn the other way.
There he is.
There he is.
Wrong side. Let you start. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Stephen Beagle, again, representing Place Designers and the developers. With me, Phil Wonke and Liz Horvath, and the developers are here also. Venkat Malya and Charvila Matthew are sitting with us. We have come a long way with the Gateway project. Many meetings have taken place since we started in November of last year, and many more meetings have taken place in the past month. You saw the project 2 weeks ago when it was tabled, and it was tabled to continue the public hearing and to work out various nuances in the ask. To be clear, we are asking for less than 60% of what we were asking for in the initial design. The neighbors have been helpful. Planning staff has been helpful. We've had a number of sessions with the neighbors on the property, and the developers have taken everything said very seriously. The ask has been revised consistent with what is in the future land use plan. The future land use plan, as Ms. Higgins said, is transitional neighborhood, and 3 of the 10 lots are already zoned P5 along Highway 71. The other lots in question in transitional residential could be P5, but we're not asking for all of that. 3 lots, as you saw, are 4 lots, excuse me, are being suggested as P5. The others are P2 slightly amended, which is very close to P4 slightly reduced. So those were the gray areas we worked out in the past 2 weeks. What this slide on the screen represents is the process that we're accustomed to almost anywhere in the state of Texas. This is similar to what the city manager described moments ago. The umbrella represents zoning. The upper limits of any zoning category have to be established, including density, use, setbacks, impervious area coverage, all of the things that are important to the use of the property are established through a zoning ceiling. What happens under that umbrella is much more detailed, and the city manager alluded to this. If I can make this work, which one is the big one in the middle? Oh, that advances. There we go. Can I go back? How do I go back? Ah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. So, let me see here. What this needs to show, there we go. Underneath the umbrella, which is the zoning maximum, these things happen. The tree survey results in a tree mitigation plan. An environmental resource inventory takes place, resulting in an environmental protection plan. The traffic impact analysis that we've talked about many times gets performed based on the uses and the density that are anticipated by the zoning district. And that results in a transportation mitigation plan. The hydrology study, and there's a great deal of topography on this site, so we have a great deal of hydrology to study, results in a storm detention and storm mitigation plan. Utilities, similarly, until we know what our density is and what it can be, estimating the capacity of the new utilities is not possible. So what we have here is just a diagram that represents that even after the zoning cap has been established under the umbrella. All of this must be performed. And these boxes all have to be punched, and this is cause and effect in each category, cause and effect. Next slide. That's not the one I wanted. So now, the site has been illustrated by Ms. Higgins, and what I wanted to show you, let's go back again. Sorry. The topography on this site is dramatic. A total change in topography of about 111 feet from the bottom to the highest points. There are a series of terraces throughout the 32 acres, and there is a pond that exists roughly in the center of the site. It's hilly. Average grade is about 14% slope, but that's average. Some places it's 30%. Some places it's 8%, but it's hilly. All of this has to be studied after the zoning is approved in order to understand the hydrology and the drainage and where we can go with our buildings. Similarly, the other slide illustrates, at least from about 500 feet in the air, the trees. The line you see drawn across the property is roughly the line where the tall pine trees are. Other trees among the property, or on the property, are also significant. 13 inches for sure, many of them. Some are as large as 24 inches in diameter or larger, the heritage trees. All of those trees have to be surveyed and identified before we can even understand where the road network can go. We do not have our building sites identified yet because these steps have to be taken. So I just wanted to reiterate that we've come a long way. We don't know the answers to many of your questions. What about the traffic? We don't know until we've done the study. We can't tell you today what we'll do to mitigate the traffic. What we can say is that the intention of any TIA is to alleviate congestion, to make it better. Post-development, we're planning to connect utilities. The city needs utilities connected from the top of the hill where the water tower is down through our site to Buc-ee's. Our goal is to create a walkable neighborhood, and we have done that. The density is less than 60% of what we first proposed, but we don't know where those pathways are going to go yet because the studies have not been done. And I can go on, but I think at this point I'd like to ask Venkat Malya to come forward and continue the presentation.
Venkat Malya, 1900-2000 government, Bastrop. Want to take a little bit of a scenic route and with the goal possibly to do what is good for all of us, citizens, council, city, developers. Pearl River is not an option. I saw that land, I don't know how everyone missed it. I saw the moon's surface, moon's landing, wiped out completely. Promise, that's not what we are here for. Coming back, we are not developers by DNA, I'm a technologist. My company did a lot of work for Ford, GM, Chrysler in Detroit, 20 years. My partner is a solar scientist, material scientist, PhD from UT Austin Engineering. 7 years we are doing this, more as a lifestyle company. So we are not that, run, do tens of developments and figure out how to make the money beyond a point, That's not what we are. I met with the affected residents, Lost Pines Road. Had a beautiful session. I'm going to share what their questions were, because this is all relevant. In golf, we call it as undoing the game and redoing our game. At times we have bad habits, and we lose more balls than we hit. So we need to undo the game and redo it right way. So that's what I'm going to do today. There was a lot of gaps, a lot of misunderstanding. I had an opportunity to meet every council member one-on-one. So I'm going to share that too. Then possibly city staff, the phenomenal job they're doing, and I'm going to connect because I saw gaps. I want to know City of Bastrop what gaps I saw and what are the common things I saw, and possibly how we can all work together. So the goal is to work together, middle ground, how to make it happen. So I did visit the lot from Lost Pines Road. I walked it. I jumped the fence and went to the other side. What I saw was way different than what in fact, I think we wasted our time in first two meetings. Because I saw very brief terrace, and within a short span, I'm diving deep 60, 70 feet, You cannot build a multifamily there. You can build wonderful luxury homes at the top where the Lost Pines Road dead ends. And that's the first thing that hit my mind, saying that what we have presented, which has evolved from time to time, version to version. In fact, if we talk about the next version, even this version will change, because this is all happening after we presented what we presented. My apologies. Luxury homes, single family on the top terrace, and it'll look beautiful 180 degrees. But the minute you enter the lot, on the left-hand side, beautiful pine trees, don't touch them. Do not touch the pine trees. And there's no need to touch the pine trees. Heritage trees, beautiful. They are in their own clusters. What I observed is because of the landscape, there is beautiful set of clusters of trees, and most of them we need not touch more because they're in the slope and they're in the area where you need not touch them. Okay? So coming back, this is the conversation with the residents. I'm going to pose every point and cruise along from there. One request was, please get rid of this name gateway. Right? I'm for it. I'm throwing it open to the residents. Recommend a name. We are not married to it. Whatever name we pick based on their recommendation, I'll buy them a beautiful dinner, nice dinner in the best restaurant in Bastrop. That's on me. So name change, yes. This is their request. Lost Pines Road access, I don't see any way we can even touch those roads. So we have no intention to touch the road. That was the second request. We have no control over external trail network. I am a nature lover, so we will do trail within our property lines because we should have, health matters. We'll put trail network within our lots. Outside we have no control. We have nothing to do with it. So in fact, that was the request too, that avoid it. Fair enough. So few beautiful recommendations. They said, why don't all the boundary lines be covered by tree lines? Leave all the trees across the lots on the boundaries so the outside traffic roads and all need not see the buildings. If you really look at Tahitian village, that is the beauty of Tahitian village, right? You have developments, you have so many homes, you have so many pine trees. And I have spent hours and hours driving around after golfing, surely out of the beauty of the location. I think we can do that. Every lot, every development can have surrounding trees and it can beautifully, everything can be covered. We don't even have to touch the trees on the sides and, leave it alone. And also, another suggestion came up saying that, you know what, keep the buildings away from the trees because the fire can even, it can become a sort of a conduit. Good input. Toad study. This came up big time in almost every meeting, even including the council members. I want to just tell you what exactly has happened. I tried to meet with the Carrie Croft from the county office. She is in charge for the tort study and the entire preservation activities. Wonderful lady, was not available twice, so tons of questions through emails back and forth. And she said anything below 1 acre, there's some education, anything about 20 acres falls under US fisheries and wildlife. And anything between, outside falls under the county, everything between falls under US fisheries and wildlife. So I went to Christina Williams. She recommended me connecting with the Christina Williams. I communicated, then she requested Alyssa Huddle to handle this. Multiple calls, various email exchanges, finally they said, please proceed. This is after conducting the tort study, 3 levels. It does cost a lot of money. We did that. So then I had the final input from them saying that please proceed, but follow these guidelines. And that whole set of documentation, including the tort report, is with the city. That we submitted on day 1. Okay? That submitted. And again, it came back to the same thing. One is the top layer soil is not conducive, and the finding was RIFA, red imported fire ants. Everything is done properly. US Fisheries and Wildlife involved. Christina Williams is the head of the department, and Alyssa Huddle was the person who interacted with me. So just again, this was a question from citizens saying that, hey, is it a valid study, this study, that study, go back and all the documentation is with the city. So let's move on. Another input came from them that, hey, you're saying all this. How do you know you'll follow it? I said, hey, city should have a process to document it. Take a signature saying that, we'll follow these rules. We need to do it together and to monitor it. There's no other way unless you document it, we agree to it, we sign a piece of paper, and we implement it, monitor it, all this. Okay, so this is from the Lost Pines resident point of view. Let me move to the next point. The council members, phenomenal, all of you have some amazing different strengths. I saw a wonderful team with different strengths who can do a phenomenal job for the city. Questions were similar from all the city council members. From the citizens' point of view, traffic came up time and again, drainage came up time and again, tree support came up time and again from all of you. I respect that. I respect that. And it was directly matching into everything that citizens were raising. Okay. I did see the gap in understanding council members' understanding of the code. I think I'm glad, city manager put some efforts in educating. It's very important because the process itself gives you multiple opportunities to stop. City process is so powerful that now I'm jumping into, the city staff. Sylvia has been clear from day 1 to me. Anything we do, your application, do not take it for granted. It may be rejected. She told me on day 1. All the studies must be conducted, no choice. She told me on day 1. So I'm very clear that even if you approve, still it will go through the studies. If you approve conditionally, still it will go through the studies. And once it goes through the studies, there may be a rejection. Once we submit the plan, it may be rejected, it may be approved. This was told to me from day 1 by the city staff. We have a wonderful city staff, I'll tell you, because I'm dealing with multiple cities. Phenomenal team. phenomenal attitude and a great outlook, and they're always there to help. That was the motivation for me to work on Bastrop, by the way, the city staff. So let me get to our suggestions, okay? We want to do only restricted development on Lost Pine Street facing lots, very restricted. Even now we are open. Again, issues will come up. One thing I'm observing, anything we present, city has a right to come back saying that, why don't you do this? This is our code, can you limit it to this? Without knowing, I'm telling you yes. What is frustrating for us is that we are dancing between multiple groups. We see lack of knowledge within the city teams. Council members' knowledge of the code and how it is connected, what is the process and how it works. I'm seeing a gap. What exactly what Sylvia presented, for example, just if you look at it, this can get killed anytime in 10 steps. And we are still stuck up on traffic because there's a traffic study which will tell what can be done, what cannot be, but we are stuck on it. Can I take a left turn here? Can I wait for this traffic study? And it's not us. It is depending on what is the outcome of the study is how it's going to go. So we are waiting you all to tell us what you want us to do. And front lots are existing P5s, right? From a zoning point of view. Bucky's and Walnut Ridge apartment facing lots, swim lane 1 on the left-hand side, if you to see, and swim lane 2 is what we were told is try to push the density there, but free up the east side, and we are okay with it. And we are cruising along in this one too. But if you say something else now, I'm open. Because just before this meeting, Council Member Lee came up with the suggestion. I said, why not? She made some unique request. I said, yeah, why not? She said, hey, P4 is so much, and how about P4? I said, why not? See, that's what I'm expecting council to tell us, that, guys, based on everything we are hearing, what is happening, would you mind doing this? I'll say, why not? See what I'm saying? That is how we all need to work together in making this happen. But if you think you do not want to make it happen, thank you very much, tell me. I'm dancing for the last 6 months, spending tons of money. These studies will consume $2 million. And I have no interest. I'm not desperate. I'm not desperate for this. City should be as much interested in us developing this as much as we are. It has to be a win-win. It cannot be a win-lose. Lose-lose, no one likes. Lose-win, no one likes. Win-lose, no one likes. Win-win, everyone likes. Create a win-win. Let it not be one-sided. We are feeling it is one-sided. Okay? So coming back, preserve the pine trees. Absolutely yes. Heritage trees. Absolutely. It takes tens and tens of years for the trees to come this far. I'm not for touching them as much as possible. And I'm for creating those, wonderful recommendations on creating boundaries with thick tree lines. Why not? We acquired 2 additional lots on the top, which is not part of the PDD, just to reduce the cost of even that bridge and put it to the street. At the Walnut 150, 21, there are multiple names for that road. To access to that upper one, we have already acquired 2 lots on the top. So that is the additional bonus that we'll get out of this. To summarize, tort studies are done. If more needs to be required, no issues. Traffic study is given. Nothing should be done without it. And it took me 10 minutes to take one left turn into the Bucky's. And just assume this project is not happening. City needs to plan for the infrastructure, guys. I think city is on a Band-Aid strategy. Oh, this project is coming up, what do we do? That project is coming up, how many more cars? Cities don't plan like this. You need to, I don't know if you have a master plan for next 10, 20 years of how the traffic is going to go up and what do we need to build and how it's going to come up. There are state fundings, there are federal fundings on building the roads. I-35, they're pouring in billions from the not from the city funds. So I don't know how far, that infrastructure build, that one plant we are excited for the, managing this sewer, many more needs to be planned. And you need to plan for next 10 years today. While managing today, try to build tomorrow. I don't know if that's happening because this project happens or doesn't happen. Your 95 is a state highway, 71 is a state highway, 21 is a state highway. What are we doing? Is it just restricted to this project that another 500 cars will come in so your problem is solved? The answer is no. But still, traffic study will be done, okay? Utility capacity studies will be done. Every study will happen, and there are enough opportunities to shut this down if it doesn't work. So, my request is guide us, tell us what you want us to do. As much as every time sitting with a bunch of papers, oh, you asked for this, I'm saying, okay, great. What do you want us to do if this is not it? If this is a rejection, no issues, right? If the intention is not to, please let us know, We'll take it respectfully. We'll still remain friends. If you say developers welcome, contribute, then a flexible developer like me will say, please guide us. Please guide us. Tell us what you want us to do. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Hold on just a moment. Point of clarity, you said you visited with every council member individually on this project. No one visited with me, so I just wanted to...
No, sorry, sir.
But I mean, you visited with 5 or 6.
Sure. No. Yeah, I look at you more as a mayor, so my apologies. I count you on a different...
I don't vote, and I know why it was looked at, but I would like to
Yeah,
visit
I have not.
A couple of questions. Did y'all review the city's comprehensive plan prior to coming forward with your plan?
You mean say B3?
No, the city's comprehensive plan was developed over a series of years.
I have not seen it, sir.
That may be advisable.
Sure.
Prior to coming forward, did you visit with TxDOT? Because the 4 highways that bound this project, 2171, Loop 150, and 95 are on the TxDOT program of projects. They're the ones that make the plans, not the city.
Sure.
Did y'all visit with TxDOT prior to coming forward with the plan?
No.
Your architect is shaking his head yes.
No, I have not.
Okay.
I'm talking.
I mean,
I'm representing
I'm
only
just
me.
saying your architect has, and you probably figure out where the program of
I'll
projects.
check with them.
And what their 10-year plan is, what their 2035, 2045 plan is, which might help. If y'all had not done a lot of studies, why is it that y'all came forward and asked for the variance to move things from P5 or from P2 to P5 if you have not done the studies and realize the cost benefit of that? I mean, is that something that's unreasonable to ask? Because the property was there to be developed, and the zoning change goes with the land, not with the developer. And y'all may have really good intentions. I don't know. The proof's going to be in the pudding. But at some point in time, y'all may decide to move on. The zoning change has been granted, and there may not be there may be a less reputable developer coming here and want to build, I don't know, whatever on that property, which is not desirable. And while I'm all for positive development in the city of Bastrop, we know it's coming, and I really want to support it, and I really want to support what y'all do. I'm not elected to represent y'all. I'm here to represent the citizens. So.
Sure.
No, it's a business meeting, so I appreciate that. But I do want to provide that. I appreciate the compliment to our staff and what all like that, and it's well deserved to our staff. So thank you for that.
See, what goes into our selection of this lot, for example, is any lot for that matter. The future, once we look at all the documentation like the B3 code and all the future zoning, use-based zoning plans, we meet with the city team, and we did. We had a lot of questions, we got a lot of answers, we understood it. That is, then we went through the due diligence. We did this tort study up front. So we did a lot of studies, and finally we said, yes, go for it. So homework was done, but then the architects and civil engineers get involved, and possibly Stephen can answer this a lot better than me. But, I just, again, what I'm saying is not coming from my mind and my brain. It's coming from my heart. I'm trying to make some sincere recommendations, suggestions, and what I feel, more as a citizen, human, and who possibly wants to contribute to the city.
We appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And also thank you for visiting with us and letting us ask important questions. We've had, let's see, 2 planning and zoning meetings, 2 city council meetings, community meeting, met with y'all. This is our 3rd city council meeting, 7 meetings. And we've seen different versions, and now we're talking about something I hadn't heard of, about homes up there in that area, which is P2, so couldn't you do that right now in a P2 with million-dollar homes?
Yeah.
So we don't really need to have that P2 with 3-story.
See, if you look at that last point, see, I'm trying to address the concerns of the residents. If you look at the residents, look where the road is.
Right.
Where the road dead ends and the number of homes on the side of that. If you directly look in front, there is one lot in question, technically. Okay. The upper lot is next to the city of Bastrop owned lot. So that lot in question has very limited development capabilities. The answer is yes. Can we do P2, single family residential 2-level development on that? Absolutely yes. But that came up. We are looking at this lot. Right, look at that road and look at that lot, which is right across the homes. So I'll tell you what is the challenge. Please, Stephen, please come. What is the challenge, for us? This document was presented, and then the meeting with the residents happened. Is evolving. For example, my discussion with Council Member Lee happened just 30 minutes before the meeting today. But she came up with some wonderful suggestions, and she also asked similar questions, and that's how things are evolving. But if things come from the other side saying that, guys, can you do this? We want to proceed.
Right.
Maybe that may help better, because we are trying to guess, move forward, check multiple. See, we call it in, the Porter's competitive forces, is a major management philosophy. So similar here, so many forces making us change, shift, move around, and we are.
And I totally understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it, and I promise you, for the past 7 meetings and months, talking with everyone here, we do know the process, and we do know what the codes are. I can tell you backward and forward what the codes are. And I do know that we have changed things, and I appreciate you listening. But I do know that at some point, and we're saying we can change it, some point, you can't put a round peg into a square hole. And it just seems like we're continuing to try to do this.
It's a business meeting. Thank you.
And once we rezone, you don't put that horse back into that barn. That horse is out. So my huge concern is we don't have the studies, and I do a study every day. I'm down there 10 times a day. I sit in Casa Chapala, I do a study. I can tell you right now, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So I understand what you're saying, but I am going to say there's a lot of things that we do know also.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I, Councilwoman? On the P2 and P4 issue and P2 Y 3 stories issue, because the terrain is remarkably steep and there are ravines, when you put a house on a steep slope, where do you measure from? P2, 2 stories, how do you park it? You park it underneath, probably, which drives us to 3 stories, and that benefits the site because it reduces parking on the soil, it reduces impervious area, it helps us to preserve the trees. So going from a flat P2 to a P2 modified to 3 stories benefits the project and the site. That's why the ask.
With 70% impervious coverage, which is a P4.
Which is a P4. Now, we can live with less than 70%. It all depends on the density that is derived from the hydrology study and the tree survey. once we start factoring all that in, we're going to be confined.
Thank you. Any other questions from council before we continue with our public hearing? If not, we will continue with the public hearing. Next person scheduled is Brendan Fowler. Oh, it's Brenda. You didn't know you was going to be first, did you?
I know, that's what I said.
3 minutes.
All right, I'm Brenda Fowler. I live at 525 Tahitian. I'm here to speak in favor of the development. I feel like the developers have worked a lot with the citizens of Bastrop, with the city council. I feel like they've answered many questions that people have. And I really appreciated the presentation today because I feel like a lot of people don't understand the flow of how things have to go. The zoning is the number one thing that has to be, I mean, you can't, unless you know what you can build, you don't know what you're going to build. So I feel like I said, that the development is going to bring in sales tax revenue to the city. It's going to bring in restaurants and shopping and livability all in the same area. I know that a big thing with B3 was walkability to restaurants and shopping and all of that, and that was the idea. So this development brings all of that to one area. And it looks nice. The proposals I've seen, it's a nice development. I think it fits in well with Bastrop. I think, you know, as long as they're going to, they have to preserve the trees. They have to do the impact study. They can't just go in and build willy-nilly whatever they want. There's so many steps that it takes that are going to have additional steps to be rectified or commented on or whatever, that I feel like that those are all going to be addressed. And also, I think it fits in with the RV park. It gives those people things to do while they're here visiting Bastrop. So that's it.
Thank you. Next person scheduled is Leslie Bowen. Not here, but they wanted to speak in opposition to this project. Next is Chris Kirby. Name, address, and you got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Chris Kirby, 33 Lost Pines Avenue, Bastrop. And first of all, I want to say thank you all for representing us. You're in an unpaid position, which requires an enormous amount of work, and I know it's not always easy. And everyone here owes you a debt of gratitude for your willingness to serve. I wanted to provide a little bit of an update. Following the last meeting, I was asked to organize a meeting between the development team and the residents, because I live on the street. I was and am not hired by anyone to organize that meeting or anything else. It's my street, it's my home, and I want to do anything I can to make this process successful by everyone's definition. Every household was represented except for Mr. Bridges, who responded that he was unable to attend. And we spent a little over, actually significantly more than 2 hours together. I think everybody would say it was a highly productive meeting. Obviously, the other residents of the street can speak for themselves, and I'm sure they will. But what I heard from my neighbors were comments like, I feel much better, and they're actually listening to us and working to be good neighbors. Another comment that emerged was that the name Gateway was the same as the alternative high school and left a bad impression with some of the neighbors. So I suggested they rename it Circa Development instead, after Colorado River Collegiate Academy, and tonight we had them here to do the flags. As I said last time, the land between Bucky's and Mr. Bridges and Ian and Shannon's property lines will change. There's no question about that, and there's no way that anyone, no matter how much somebody might want to keep it as a park and nothing but trees, can change that. It's zoned and it can be developed. Whether you grant the circuit development any of their desired zoning changes or not, it's going to change. That said, I believe it is possible to transform it from something beautiful to something beautiful, just as a stone can be transformed into a beautiful sculpture. Beauty in this context, however, will be judged by multiple constituencies. The schools, who will benefit from the property taxes, drivers on our city roads, who will benefit from the impact fees, users of our infrastructure, who will have the opportunity also to take advantage of all the things that the last speaker mentioned, users of whatever ends up within this circuit development, and yes, all of the citizens of Bastrop, both city and county, will be able to benefit potentially from whatever is put in there. I don't envy you all. You have for the difficult decisions you'll have to make. But I will remind you that your role as our representatives is not only to listen to all the voices, both those who oppose and those in support of this project, but also to make the best decision that you can for our city, both now and in the future. Since unchanged is not an option for the land under discussion, I do support the city working with these developers to create the next beautiful chapter in the life of this particular section of our beautiful city. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ian Reichert Watts. Name, address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Ian Reichert Watts. I'm at 13 Lost Pines, just at the end of the road. I'd like to add a little more context that all the good comments on Monday with the meeting that we had with the developers. The comments about feeling much better were specific to the single-family home changes that would be up on the hill that would preserve quite a bit more trees up there. I think that was a very good change, and I was initially pretty disappointed to not see the PDD reflect that coming in today, but you know, the comments of Venkat made it sound like they actually intend on going with that. I'd like to see another version of the PDD that follows that strictly because, as was mentioned, you guys may be working in good faith all over the place, but if something comes down the line with the studies to where it prevents you guys from going forward with this and you have to pull out, the next guys that purchase the land might not be so kind. And I think that we should make sure that anything that we make permanent should reflect the things that we actually mean for it to go there and not open ourselves up for future problems that we have to fight down the way, right? I find it a little interesting also seeing, you know, the little maps show here's where the pines are, as if like this little section of pines that are on the top of the hill make it less important, right? That is the edge of it, and you mess with the hill, that's going to erode. And it's not just pines up there on that hill. There's so many beautiful oak trees. It's not just cedars, not just elms. I know a lot of people like to call those trash trees. I don't believe there's such thing as a trash tree. I think all trees are important, but these are also oaks that live quite a bit longer than a short-lived elm per se, right? So I also find it a little funny that affordable housing just keeps getting mentioned in commentary, and as if it really has anything to do with this development. I mean, we can clearly see the statistics that housing is just left vacant when it's too expensive. People don't lower the prices down to become affordable. Adding more apartments doesn't necessarily make all housing more affordable. In fact, it usually has the opposite because you add a lot more people, which adds more stores, which adds the value of everything up there, and everything gets more expensive, as we see in Austin, right? Which is funny that I mention Austin because I can actually find a cheaper apartment in Austin than I can find here. And that's a little strange. Yeah, I think there's a lot more protections that are needed for our trees just moving forward, not specific to this development, right, but just policy in general, right? Like, what is preventing another Pearl River from happening? Has anything changed at all? Like, why wouldn't it happen again, right? I think Sylvia's suggestion of increasing the caliber of tree that makes it a heritage tree is a great idea. Protected trees. Let's even bring it in line with Austin. The fact that Austin is more strict than we are with there feels a little embarrassing, and I think we can beat that, right? So, I mean, we are a tree city, so I love our trees. I love our birds. We're in the path of the migratory birds, so let's keep that going, you know?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Joe Grady Tuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Joe Grady Tuck. I reside at 1503 Wilson Street in Bastrop, where I am a 7th-generation resident of this county. I'm here speaking in favor of the rezoning that would allow the Gateway development. Gateway is opposed by no-growth residents who wants to keep Bastrop the bucolic small town in which I grew up, when the only thing open after 9 p.m. was the Texaco station on the highway. It's also opposed by some residents of the subdivision that is Hillcrest subdivision, which was developed by my father, Grady Tuck Jr., and where I lived when I was going to Bastrop High School. Nobody has a greater appreciation of that hill than I do. I grew up there. However, those people that are protesting that live there would admit that you can't see anything below that hill because of the proliferation of trees, mostly cedar, but including some pine trees, which are designated by the developer to be saved, not only from development, but also from fire. My firm represented over 400 people that were burned up by the Bastrop Complex fire in 2011, and it lasted 6 years. The litigation lasted 6 years. I can tell you I learned more about fires than I ever wanted to know, and I can also tell you that unless they're thinned, those trees that are in such proliferation on that hill are a fire waiting to happen. If they are thinned out, all the people that are worried about the trees, they need to be concerned about fires. I'm telling you, climate change has not changed since the Bastrop Complex fire. Now, these developers, Place Designers, headed by Stephen Beekle, is leading the effort to build a greatly reduced footprint of the mixed-use development. They have pledged to terrace the downslope of the hill, which for the first time will open up a vista of the Bastrop River Valley. Right now, you can't see anything but the trees right in front of you. While the cedar will be removed, legacy pine trees will be preserved pursuant to a mandatory tree study that, along with the traffic study, is required as a condition precedent of any development. And if they don't have that thing planned to suit the city council at that time, then the development will stop. They have also addressed the residents' concerns of traffic on Lost Pines Avenue by purchasing 2 lots fronting on Chestnut Street, so that primary access will not be along Lost Pines Avenue, but rather from Chestnut Street along these 2 lots that they just purchased, these 2 town lots. The development opponents don't realize that increased population is coming, ready or not. We already have a serious shortage of multifamily housing that has only stratified the economics of residents of our community. Buc-ee's on the east side of Pitt Street between Highway 71 and Chestnut Street has utility access and will help resolve many traffic issues in this highly congested area. The city needs this project to proceed to loop water and sanitary services, relieve traffic congestion, and keep tax revenues within the confines of the city. As far as these studies go, as Mr. Beagle said, it's impossible to do these studies until you know what the zoning is, so you have some idea of what the density is going to be. How can you possibly, design a study if you don't know what you're studying? And so I urge this council to approve the zoning request and to allow this much reduced footprint development to proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Shannon Day.
Hi, guys. I think I know all of you by name by now. I'm Shannon Day. I'm at 13 Lost Pines. I think we all know how me and my neighbors feel about this project, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet today. When we met with the developers last Monday, I think all of us left feeling a little bit better. But like Ian said, what we talked about, it's not in the PDD. And it sounds like they're willing to work with you guys. It sounds like, if y'all say, hey, this is where the bar should be, it sounds like they're willing to go there. Obviously, it would be nice to leave that hill beautiful, but of course, Bastrop is growing. We all want more restaurants, we all want more places to shop, but What we do have control over is the speed that that growth happens, where it happens, the density that it's built at, and the impact that that has on things like our water, our drainage. And I know all of you are considering this. I'm sure all of you brought this up when you talked to the developers yourselves. I didn't really know much about the water situation until the last city council meeting, but it sounds like there's a new plant that's gone in and it's still going under testing, and so it's not at max capacity yet, but it's my understanding that it will be at max capacity as soon as it's open. So meaning that there's more demand than just that plant can meet. I might be misunderstanding this, but I feel like wastewater is something that should be concerning. I don't know about any of you guys, but sometimes the tap water smells like chlorine, and none of us enjoy that. So keeping that to a minimum is good. I know that they're saying, we can't build on the hill, we can't build in the ravines. I have a buddy who's a commercial surveyor, and we were talking to him last weekend, and he said, you'd be surprised how much dirt you can move with enough money. So it sounds like these developers, have a respect for nature, but what if they sell? The next people come around, and then we're Pearl River 2.0. So I just urge you to have them put what they said in the PDD, and I think that we could find a good middle ground moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Pablo Serna. Approach the podium. Give us your name and address. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Mayor, City Council. Pablo Serna, 1104 Hill Street. So I had two things to talk about, but I kind of wanted some things that were said, I just wanted to address. I think I wrote this down. I hope I got it right. It said, you need to plan for the next 10 years. And I wanted to say that we have been planning for quite a while, all the way out to 2036. You mentioned the comprehensive plan that we have, master plan, and it's there. Now, that future land use map was just a vision statement. It came out in 2016. It does not carry any entitlements. And to developers, that's critical, what the entitlements are. What can you do with that land? So just looking at that future land use map and thinking you can do all of that was a disservice. Someone misguided you, but you have to look at the zoning map. The zoning map was put in and voted by council in 2019. It was very clear, and we put that as low impact P2 rural residential. There is P5 on the 3 lots on 71. But I did want to make a point that, one of the reasons we're here is I feel like although the work that we did for the planning and the zoning, we didn't really address scenic and nature and what are called view sheds. And I think that's one of the things that this council can do is take a first step. First, deny this zoning request change, full stop. Just stop it, not going to happen. Then put in some tools that will then inform the development community what is important to Bastrop. And I go back to when you come over Highway 20, coming from Austin, like a lot of us do, work in Austin. When we're coming home, we see those trees. So those trees actually are quite important to Bastrop. Going back to the history and the founding of Bastrop, the Spanish explorers wrote about the trees. The Camino Real goes right through there. On Chestnut Street is the Camino Real. So this is a historic scene. This is a historic place. Sometimes it's buildings, but sometimes it can be views. And so this view shed that I think can be put in with your help would help then inform the development community what is important to us. And we understand development is coming, but we need to look at development that's not this impacting on the environment and this what it can do to the drainage and everything else. So I think we need to be a little bit smarter about it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. It has not changed from the business meeting. Next one scheduled to speak is Judah Ross. Please provide your name and address. You'll be given 3 minutes.
Thank you. Judah Ross, 213 Nicole Way. I want to speak in favor of the zoning change. Right now, Bastrop is unaffordable to many people. As has been stated many times, rents are starting out at $1,200 a month. If someone's looking to buy in Bastrop, they're looking at a mortgage payment of close to $3,000 a month. And I think that we need to keep in mind young families, people who want to move here and join our community. I think most people on the council and that are have the time to come to these meetings already own and maybe have owned for many years. But if we don't continue to build, then it's going to be unaffordable for everyone else. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's smart. And I think all of us do care about issues like homelessness. And if we look at other cities, and Austin is a prime example, if we waste many valuable years trying to shut down every project that comes before us because of our own personal interests or not wanting something in our own backyard, we're simply going to end up with a bigger problem down the road. So I know it's sometimes a tough decision or maybe unpopular, but I would urge all of council to think of the future and to think of those who would benefit from it, not just the developer, but the people who would live there, and to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on the list is Cecilia Cerna. Well, it's normally not our practice. She signed up to speak, and I think she needs to speak. I understand, but tonight we're doing it a little bit different, but I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, good evening. Cecilia Cerna, 1104 Hill Street. Now, at the very beginning, when all this started, thank God for social media. Most people, and being a parent, I don't like it, but had it not been for social media, we would have never known about this happening. And I can't help but think that there was an effort to keep this quiet and push this through. But residents found out about it. Many came up in opposition of it, and I don't understand why there is such a push, especially it seems to me from our city manager informing the council, guiding the council to push this through. I feel like council, you are here to represent me, and I couldn't help but feel saddened and let down. There are so many people opposed to this. Where are the people that are so seeking the approval? We even had to have a special session where the developers came and we could listen to what was going on. And here we are, again. I mean, I know that there's this umbrella, we have to talk about zoning. Well, then let's work with what we have now. Work within what we have with our codes, and if something needs to be changed and doesn't work, then let's look at asking for a change. Don't ask for the change first. It's like we're putting the cart before the horse. Oh, I've got notes, I'm not done. Another thing that I'd like to make sure that we do is like for like. I keep hearing and going back and forth that it's taken me 6 weeks to try to get this to where I can even speak to it a little bit. There's talk about the future land use map, and then there's talk about zoning. And then it's been going back and forth. And it's being mixed within sentences, and I think that's a lot of what's causing the confusion. We need to work within what is zoned, and don't look at just base everything on what the land use map is. And again, I just go back to let's go with what we have and make the changes as needed with input from the residents. The PDD is said to be creative. Well, to me, creative just means allowing people to do what they want after everything's approved. I think that's good enough for now. I thank you for everything that you got. I just feel, though, I do want to reiterate, try to think if you were handing this down to your kids, your grandchildren, think of that hill. Bastrop, Lost Pines. I mean, I don't want to see our logo change from pine trees to buildings. If you can think of what our logo looks like, it says Bastrop, the heart of Bastrop. It's even a heart, pine trees. Might as well start looking about changing our logo to buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Still a business meeting. Catherine Sky? Did I not pronounce that correctly? Or is she not here? She had scheduled to speak in opposition to this item. John Elbert? Ebert. Ebert, I'm so sorry. Everly. Well, I do, but they spelled it a little bit differently, and their writing was probably a little bit better.
Well, good evening, everybody. Mayor, I am John Everett, live at 20 Lost Pines. We can all agree that the 31 acres has Houston toads on it, as it has come up in other meetings. This 31 acres, now 33 acres, we'll come back to that, is in the Bastrop County Houston Toad Conservatory. And it's my understanding that this property falls under the Endangered Species Act. Any development on this property must have approval of Habitat Conservancy Plan before development can take place under the Act's guideline. This land should not be changed from P2, as it will impact and will have damaging to the endangered species. The term to take is to hurt, change any endangered species that is protected under this act, which is the Houston toad. Private citizens can seek an injunction to prevent the taking of endangered species. Land buyers must be aware of the consequences of violating the take provision of this. And I'm going to kind of go off this a little bit because some things have come up tonight. Yes, they have talked with us. And I like the idea of a one-family residence up there. On the P2 land, that's what the conservative asked for. It says you cannot exceed 20% of coverage, one dwelling per 1 acre. Subdivision required, area set aside to actively manage for the protection of the Houston toad. A landowner will not have the option of devastating or disturbing the area prior to land development. Landowners must complete a notice of intent application protecting ponds, which we have up there. There's a pond, habitat, and creating breeding ponds. It's their responsibility to take care of the fire ant too, the owner of that property, because the fire ants can have a negative effect on the toad. Also, buffer areas must be set up 300 feet from stream channels, other waterways, and bodies of water such as ponds, wetlands, etc. There's so many things, folks, that this really does bring to mind, not only the Houston toad, but all the other critters that live up there, let alone us, you know. But it's P2 for a reason. It's P2 to protect our trees, to protect our wildlife, to protect our toads. And if we change that, we're going against something that was set aside by the federal government to protect them. Why did we even do that? Why did we enter into that if we're not going to do it? So again, I please ask you, don't change this from P2. You know, now we got to bring up the idea that they bought 2 more acres. Doesn't this change the whole thing? Don't they have to resubmit everything and have a new public hearing? Because the whole thing needs to be thrown out. Their PD, whatever, is completely different than what we sat and talked about the other day in our meeting. Single-family homes. He stood up here and said single-family homes. We're all for that. Don't change it from P2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. Next person scheduled to speak on this item is Glenn Sinnott.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Glenn Sinnott. I live at 240 Reeds Bend Road. I'm here this evening in support of the zoning change for the simple reason that I think it's pertinent that all members of the council realize what the responsibilities are, and that is to protect the past and move into the future. Having said that, I've studied this plan and have put some time into looking at the different options and what is proposed in this tract of land. And I honestly believe that it's the best and highest use for this tract of land, and it assures the city of Bastrop a bright future as far as a quality hotel and a convention center possibility. Having said that, I know that it's a great burden on all of you all to have to make this decision because you have mixed emotions and mixed feelings, and I see both sides of the equation, but I stick with my guns and I support the zoning change this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next scheduled is Stuart Bridges. Mr. Bridges, name and address, you'll be given 3 minutes.
Stuart Bridges, 12 Lost Pines Avenue. Mayor, council, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak tonight, and happy birthday to you. I'm going to go a little off script here, and I feel compelled to respond to some previous comments that we cannot see from the top of that hill anything but trees. Off my back porch, I can see the lights of Austin. I can see Elgin from my back porch. From Ian and Shannon's deck, not only can they see the river basin, they can see 71 all the way from Buc-ee's to Highway 20. So that statement was completely untrue. I could rebut most of what this gentleman just said. And one more thing about that, calling the neighbors on that hill NIMBYs and tree huggers is not helping your case, sir. So with that said, we have spoken about the trees, toads, and other impacts this development will have on this treasure, so I'd like to speak on my vast knowledge of these types of projects. In my 40 years of being involved in the commercial construction industry, the last 30 in supervisory roles, I've seen this play out many times. I collaborate with architects, engineers, planners, developers, and subcontractors and field personnel on a daily basis, and I promise you preserving the natural environment is not their concern. Quite the opposite. Easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Pearl River, case point. I can attest to the destruction the construction process will bring to this landscape. The amount of spoils hauled out of this hillside will be enormous. The tons upon tons of select infill will be enormous as well. The entire hillside will have to be terraced with huge retaining walls. The truck traffic alone will cause dead stop traffic for long periods of time, making it impossible to enter and exit Buc-ee's, not to mention the few hundred people that live at the Walnut Ridge apartment complex that will snarl traffic all over town. I met with the manager of that apartment complex this afternoon, and she is in complete opposition of this. Her residents are wanting to move out now because they can't get in and out of where they live. Others will speak on existing infrastructure as we are not even close to being able to handle this heavy load. The destruction the underground utilities will bring will be devastating. I've said that many times. Buc-ee's closed its east side exit for several days to complete the new EV charging stations. It was all over social media that it was taking more than 30 minutes just to get out of the Buc-ee's parking lot for days on end. Imagine adding 1,500 cars, that's the architect's estimate, to that intersection. It'd be an unmitigated disaster. Noise, traffic, pollution, deforestation, killing or relocating wildlife, including an endangered species, bad planning, a developer that doesn't have a proven track record building projects of this magnitude, an architect that has been exposed to many lies, a project that a vast majority of your constituents do not want. This is not some hillside out of sight. This hillside is something that all of us look at and appreciate every day and that can be seen for miles. This is our identity. This will forever change the appearance and identity of Bastrop, forever. Are we going to let an out-of-town developer come into our backyard and take this away from us just so they can count their riches on our backs. I'm not. I can assure you our best interests are not their concern. Their bank account is what matters to them. The developer admitted to the neighbors in the Lost Pines neighborhood that they only saw the property for the first time 2 weeks ago. Who pays millions of dollars for a property unseen? Who pays millions of dollars for a property that they were unsure that the zoning regulations wouldn't be amended in their favor? Did somebody assure them that the zoning would be changed? I'm fairly certain that if myself and a few neighbors didn't attend the first P&Z meeting, this would have been pushed through without a challenge from an unknown public. Something is just not right.
Your time is up, Mr. Bridges, so try to finish up.
Mr. Tuck went over his time.
I understand.
Well, there's a large majority opposing this project, as you all know, and I urge you to deny.
Thank you, sir. Next on the list is Carol Spencer. She's not here. She wished to speak in opposition to the project. Next scheduled to speak is James Richard. Oh, you didn't want to speak, I'm sorry, or did you? I guess not here. He wanted to register his opposition to it. Daniel Chamberlain. He wished to speak in opposition to this. Judith Hoover. She wanted her to record her as supportive of this project. Thomas Hoover, same, in support of this project. Robin Rick did not wish to speak, but wanted to register her opposition to this. Donna Eberly does not wish to speak, but she wanted to register her opposition to this. Nancy Ravensburg did not wish to speak, but wanted to register her opposition to this. Kimberly Beal did not wish to speak, wanted to record her opposing this project, or the rezoning, I should say. Justin Beal did not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Linda Curtis does not wish to speak, but wanted to register opposition to this project. Carl Grossman, after several scratch-outs, I'm assuming that he does not wish to speak, but he wants to register his opposition to this project. Anna Lee Tully does not wish to speak, but wants to record her opposition to this project. Donald Laux does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to this rezoning. I hope I don't mess up the name. Dorothy Morasek does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning. Douglas Morasek does not wish to speak, wants to record his opposition to the rezoning. Charles Brading does not wish to speak, wants to register his opposition to the rezoning. Morgan Levies does not wish to speak, but wants to record his opposition to the rezoning. Avachi Pitt, LLC, that's best I can come up with, does not wish to speak, but is in support of this project. Another Avachi Pitt Street, LLC, I think I have it down now, wishes to speak, does not wish to speak, wants to record their support of the rezoning. William Hingston does not wish to speak, but wants to register his opposition to the rezoning. Jane Travis does not wish to speak. She's in opposition to this rezoning. Nancy Wood does not wish to speak, but is in opposition to the rezoning. Cheryl Long does not wish to speak, wants to register as opposing the rezoning. Walter Llewellyn, you have both wishes to speak and does not wish to speak. I want to give you the opportunity to speak if that's what you want. Seeing nothing indicated, he wanted to register his opposition to the rezoning. Clark Shockley does not wish to speak, wants to register his opposition to the rezoning. Sidney Gibbs does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Mark Whiting does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Penny Whiting does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Jordan Walker does not wish to speak, wants to register in opposition to the rezoning. Jacob Hocker does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Lourdes Hovey does not wish to speak, wants to register in opposition to the rezoning. Leon Hocker does not wish to speak, register opposition to the rezoning. Carolyn Smith does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning. Stacy Lum does not wish to speak, wants to register in opposition to this rezoning. Marie Paskarski does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to this rezoning. Herb Goldsmith does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Catherine Isaac does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning request. James Lofton does not wish to speak, wants to record opposition to the rezoning. Kyle Witt does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning. Crystal Witt does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning. Susan J. Wilt does not wish to speak, wants to record opposition to the rezoning. Amy Pavone does not wish to speak, wants to register her opposition to the rezoning. Lori Plimpton does not wish to speak, wants to record as opposing the rezoning. J.K. Jones, manager of North Pines LLC, does not wish to speak, wants to register their support of the rezoning. Naomi Gonzalez does not wish to speak, wants to register her opposition to the rezoning. Daniel Gonzalez does not wish to speak, wants to register his opposition to the rezoning. Joanna Serrett does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning. Caleb Bunker does not wish to speak, wants to register his support of the rezoning. Tracy Johnston does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning request. Marcy Moore does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to the rezoning request. Kevin White does not wish to speak, wants to record their support of the rezoning request. William Seslag does not wish to speak, wants to record his opposition to the rezoning request. Mary Seslag does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning request. Pablo Serrano, I'm assuming it's a different, does not wish to speak, wants to record the opposition to the project. Cheryl Long does not wish to speak, wants to record opposition to the rezoning request. Megan Linda Schoenstein does not wish to speak, wants to register her opposition to the rezoning request. Lindy Larson does not wish to speak, wants to record her opposition to the rezoning request. Debbie Moore does not wish to speak, wants to register her opposition to the rezoning request. Yes, ma'am. State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Debbie Moore, 1306 Church Street. And I can say a lot of things, but a lot of things have been said. But the thing the reason I'm up here right now, is that Mr. Stuart Bridges has informed me that the requisite number of residents within 200 feet of the project have signed a protest letter that he left at home, and his wife is bringing up the protest right now. And the protest would require a supermajority for this to pass. So if you could give him a few more minutes, she ought to be here shortly. So I would like to give my remaining time to speak about that when it comes. I know it's out of the ordinary, but this whole thing is out of the ordinary. So thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Albers does not wish to speak, wants to register her opposition to this project. Larry Albers Sr. does not wish to speak, wants to register opposition to this rezoning request. Nicole Albers does not wish to speak, wants to record their opposition to this project, to this rezoning request. We will keep the public hearing open for a while longer. Is there any comments, questions for our city manager or Councilmember Lee?
Mayor, you said if there was any questions?
No, by the council.
Oh, okay. So I can't ask a question?
No, sir. I appreciate it, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lee.
So I have a question, I think, and a comment. City manager, this is in City of Bastrop territory for BPNL, but in the packet it says electric will be provided by Blue Bonnet.
It's BPNL.
So that's an error in the packet?
Yes.
Okay. So, can we put a map, there was a map that showed where the Lost Pines was. I don't know who, that was on one of the presentation. It had a black line showing where the Lost Pines cutoff was. There we go. So, developer. So, before I say that, so I want to thank the developers. I also want to thank all of the residents for engaging and interacting in this process, all of your feedback, patience of everyone in the city, including staff, while we try to work through this. I feel like, well, I know there is a huge lack of distrust between our community and staff and council. And I feel like that is probably the underlying problem that we are facing right now, because there's a lack of trust in what's actually going to happen if and when it's changed to the P5 because of Pearl River, because of many factors, the infrastructure, Bastrop's infrastructure, the traffic. There's just a lack of trust that we need to repair. In terms of the multiple meetings that we've had, even today, there's confusion as to what exactly is we're approving. The baseline, we would be approving or not approving the zoning. Baseline, that's it. What comes along with that is the concept, and city manager has spent some time today trying to break down that process. But again, there's so much misinformation flying around, there's just a lack of trust of what to believe. Someone mentioned earlier the hotel. The hotel hasn't been on the table, I think, in 2 meetings, but people are still confused as to whether or not there will be retail or just residential. I pointed out to the developer today when I spoke with him the fact that we had a map showing P5, but we're talking about P4. But what went out to the public and what the public has thought about for the last 4 days is the fact that you're saying P4, but this picture here still shows P5. Lack of trust. There's just no, I think all of that has just played a role into where we are now, and we have so much opposition that the residents aren't sure what to trust. The developer has told me on multiple occasions, just tell us what you want. He wants council to say, this is what we want in that area. He's talked to the residents, so he knows what y'all want. What he told me was that he has not got a clear understanding of what council wants, and for us to tell him what we want in that area. I am all about trying to find compromise in the middle ground. I have heard some residents say we're getting there. I feel better about it, but it goes back to the lack of trust. You know, we're at a point where I don't even know if we can vote on anything because we don't have the right map saying what they said they were going to do tonight. So I feel like we have to table it again, but now we're tabling it again, and that's going to be another meeting and another discussion, but we don't have the correct information. Again, lack of trust. So in looking, he said, tell us what we want. So what I told him was where that tree line is, the Lost Pines tree line is the buffer. They don't want the trees destroyed. I don't want the trees destroyed. I was out there visiting with the residents, and outside of the mosquitoes, I had a very pleasant and peaceful time looking at the pine trees. So let's make the buffer the Lost Pines trees. The developers said they hadn't been out there up until 2 weeks ago. How are you going to build something on property that you haven't even walked, only to get out there and say, hey, we can't build on this property? Lack of trust. So that goes to someone's point of somebody just bought some land and thought they were going to build what they wanted on the land. Mistrust. If we make I'm just throwing out a suggestion for y'all to consider, because we might end up having to table this again. The tree line would be your buffer where the pine trees are. Nothing is built there. Go back to that purple map for me. Yep. Yeah, that one. So my understanding from talking to the developer today was this F square.
Hang on, it's going to be easier for you.
I don't know how to use this crazy thing.
Press and you hold to what you want.
Jesus Christ, I can barely see with mine. The top one.
Yes.
Point and hold it. There you go.
F. What he told me today was F would be P2 single family. I asked if all of this can be P2 single family. Oops, see, there we go.
Go back.
I asked if all of that could be P2 single family. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were questioning whether or not it would be financially feasible for them at that point to make all of that. I can do this again. All of that P2. This would be P4, no 3-story maximum. 3-story maximum, no 5-story. This would remain P5. All of this would keep us with our forest, our pine trees. I'm sure there'd still be some studies in here, right, for heritage trees and such. But P3 only, 3-story, all single family at the bottom. So that was the compromise that he and I tried to talk through today. But I don't know where we are as far as being able to make a decision because we didn't have the right information. You'll have to tell us that, Sylvia.
Well, I don't know, because this is news to me, too. So, well, what I will say is at this point, council has the ability to dictate what you want. I mean, that is the whole thing about creativity. You say what you want. And if the answer is no, then that is also the answer. If there is an ability to meet in the middle, because I sent you guys the link to the comprehensive plan. I sent you the pages where it says what it says. If the agreement, and I would ask you to enumerate that, Councilmember Lee, specifically by the letters on the site development plan, I would ask you to say, you know, P2 on blank, 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 P4 on blank, 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 and what's P5 remains P5. If that is your meet in the middle, then I would suggest that you enumerate it very clearly so that we understand what we should receive.
very clearly. I would like for E, F, and G to be P2, single family only. The tree line for the Lost Pines is the buffer. And then no P5. And the reason why I'm saying P4 for the purple areas, which would be B, C, and D, 3-story, is because there is that apartment complex there that's already P4. So if we make D, C, and B P4, 3 stories only, that's what P4 calls for. That would be your multifamily mix. And then P5, A, is that an I, and H. That's already set. That is my proposal.
So, P2 straight, any impervious change, or just P2 straight?
What is P2, 40%?
40%.
I think that should stay 40%. P3, 70%, right? P4 is 70%, thank you. P4 is would be the 70%. And then your P5.
And so just so I'm clear, and just so everybody's clear, this is all subject to an approved site plan, an approved tree survey, an approved traffic plan, and all of the necessary approvals.
Yes, I'm open to suggestions on the P5 because I know the P5 max is 80, but I don't know that I'm actually happy with 80. I'd rather have 70 in the P5. The approvals. So on the approvals, I feel like it's so backwards, but I don't know that we have any control over that because I'm in agreement. Why would we build on something not knowing what the drainage is going to be like, what the traffic is going to be like? Like, I don't understand. I don't know if that's standard. To me, it doesn't make sense in my brain because I wouldn't want to know all that before I spend $1 million on a piece of land.
Councilmember Lee, it doesn't make any sense to me, but as our city attorney can attest, that is the rules the legislature has given us.
So we have no control over that. That's just the process.
I don't want to say we don't have any control, because that's what this PDD process is for as we enter into whatever type of agreement, because you're essentially in a negotiating position. And so your recommendation to the developer to bring that back or talk about it or X, Y, Z, I don't know that it'll happen tonight. I don't know. That's up to you guys to decide. What Alan and I have been trying to decipher, the city attorney and I have been trying to decipher, is trying to work within the confines that the legislature has given us and still trying to work within the confines of what we believe the Bastrop residents, we keep talking about what is authentic Bastrop. Well, how do I make that happen with 85% impervious cover is the question I continue to bang my head up against.
Councilmember Myers had her light on for quite a while.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I'm gonna make this a little more simple. Picking and choosing places, and we still have traffic that comes out in the same places, y'all. It doesn't change Pitt Street. It doesn't change Walnut Street. It doesn't change Chestnut. It's going to have to be right-hand only. And also, if we draw the line where the trees, there's a thing called a CRZ, a critical root zone, that all those trees are going to be affected. You take the circumference of the greatest canopy of the trees and you determine the percentage that you can allow to be affected. So drawing little lines around a tree is not going to solve the problem. We have a plan that is called P2 and P5 right now, zoned that way. That is what is on our zoning. We have it already. So you can't dissect things and not have effects that are 10 times worse. You just can't do it. So we have the zoning right now that is allowed. We have not made sense after 7 meetings, and I think 7 more meetings, we're still not going to make more sense. So I am ready to decide tonight if we are going to rezone this or not. It's disingenuous to the developers. It's disingenuous to our citizens to continue this.
Still a public meeting. Thank you, ma'am. Question, because of some of the changes and the P&Z had denied the rezoning request, and because of some of the changes, does this have to go back to P&Z?
No, sir.
I
That
didn't
was
think so.
no,
Okay,
because it was straight denial.
that's what I thought. The public hearing is still open. You have 1 minute and 58 seconds. It's my high school math. We'll go with
That's all right.
158.
This is the protest that I tell you about. I received it from Mr.
The official is to
This
the
would
city
require, I'm
secretary.
sure it needs to be looked over by our attorney, but this would require a supermajority for this to pass.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, the city secretary has the official role that she can check against,
Okay.
and then confer with the city attorney.
Thank you, ma'am. The P&Z had denied the rezoning request, and I believe it takes a supermajority to override that.
No, sir. That was an amendment that was made maybe 6 months ago. It takes a simple majority here at council. But however, if the signatures are
Agreed.
verified, therein lies the
Okay.
supermajority.
In the meantime, Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, the light is on.
Hello, everybody. It's been a challenging process. I want to thank Mr. Bridges for letting me sit on his front porch and look over the top of that hill that we're talking about. It made it clear to me in seeing these topographical lines up close like this that this plan that we have here, it just doesn't work up there. With the protected and heritage loblolly pines that are all over the place in that area. You know, this plan is supposed to be a zoning concept scheme, and its purpose is to communicate to the policymakers on planning and zoning and council how the land will be used with the new zoning. And it's so that they can use their judgment to determine if it's appropriate to rezone the land. Now, we obviously have some issues here with the PDD not reflecting the P2 zoning that was requested or discussed. It seems that it's inaccurate. But besides that, the topographical issues, the tree impacts, and the existing traffic issues, like for me, for my judgment, like I don't see how I can responsibly approve the zoning change without understanding how the land will be used. But we can't know in this case how it's going to be used without the studies. And we have only one chance to get this right. And now, you know, if the land was flat and it had easy highway access, and we saw the same image that we saw the first time around, or even this, you could say, well, okay, you know, you're going to build some 3-story apartments, you're going to build P5, tell me about that. You could imagine what it would be like. You can estimate what, you could know that they're going to build it there. If there's no trees on the land, you know there's not going to be anything in the way. But in this case, a massively terraced land with trees that must be protected per our code, which, you know, you're talking about the critical root zone. I have so many notes here. So the city of Austin has very comprehensive development rules regarding trees, and now they don't consider the loblolly pine a protected species, but we do because it's special to Bastrop. And so for, say, a standard oak tree, you measure the diameter of the tree, and let's say it's 21 inches. So then you convert that to feet, and 21 feet away from that tree is a protected critical root zone. And you have to fence that off during development and not allow any infrastructure, any trucks to drive across it, and certainly no buildings within it. The pine trees are different, and you know, I'm an electrical engineer, not a botanist, so I'm going to be wrong about this, but they're described to me as like a wine glass sitting on a plate, where the plate represents the critical root zone. So if I had to guess from kind of looking at these trees, you're probably looking at a 50-foot diameter critical root zone for these trees, kind of my guess. And anyway, I feel like with the density of those pine trees on top, which I've seen with my eyes, the density of oak trees, which I haven't seen but have to be measured, and the topography, you could tell me P2, P3, P4, P5, I could read those definitions in our code and still not know what's going to go on this land because of the trees, the topography, and then last, the traffic. So we have all of these existing traffic issues at those intersections that, I mean, everybody's concerned about it. I'm concerned about it. And also not a traffic engineer. So, you know, I have no idea what benefits you would gain from a couple of left turn lanes and a traffic signal. Maybe that fixes everything, but I need to see the approved study to know that. And I want to see that even before I vote on a change to the zoning. And that's just kind of where I am on this. If this was on a flat piece of land and not amongst a bunch of our treasured pine trees, this would be no big deal. But this is a big deal. So anyway, that's just how I feel about it.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Plunkett.
When my wife and I bought a house here in Bastrop about 12 years ago, we intended to fix it up, rent it out until we were ready to retire. The more time we spent in Bastrop, the more we liked it. And the thing we liked the most was how everyone made us feel welcome. By the time we got the house fixed up, we decided to make the move sooner rather than later. We've never regretted that decision. Soon after moving here, we saw an opportunity to give back. There were 2 restaurants downtown that were about to close, and we didn't want downtown to lose another business and all those people to lose their jobs. So we took a big risk, at least it was a big risk for us, and we bought them so that they wouldn't close. We'd never been in the restaurant business before. I had eaten at restaurants before. That was about my experience level. But we thought about how we could use those businesses to give back and help people to feel as welcome in Bastrop as we did. And it's so important to us that our company has a mission statement, and it's one word, and it's welcome. In 10 years that we've been in business, we've continued to invest in Bastrop. You know, the vast majority of my net worth is invested in Bastrop. Our marketing plan was get involved and participate. And that's what we did. And that's what we do. And we've profited as a result, both financially and spiritually. When I see the kind of welcome that we as a city has given this group of folks who are asking to be part of it, it saddens me greatly. They've offered to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to help alleviate the housing shortage we face. They're also willing to invest in bringing us retail that we all need and give us more options. In an effort to work with the neighbors, they've dramatically curtailed their project. And every time they've been met with more and more demands. I believe we as a city publish future land use plans. When we do that, we're telling current and future residents and businesses what to expect when they develop if they would like to develop a particular tract of land. There were public hearings when the plan was developed, and all the plans are subject to change. I understand that as conditions change. But no conditions have changed in this area that I'm aware of. If you're going to argue that because, some people live on 2-acre lots, therefore, the neighboring lot should be 2 acres, then you have to be able to flip that and say, well, Bucky's is a P5, full commercial. So shouldn't the neighboring property be that? It's striking to me that so many people who speak against development mention not wanting to become Austin. And that's interesting since the rhetoric is almost identical to that was used in Austin 20 and 30 years ago, and that created Austin. Because what happens is when you're against everything, when you're against the people who are willing to work with you and work together, then what you're left with is people going in and doing what's allowed and doing the max that's allowed, maxing out on everything. Then you get that, and then you don't have the infrastructure for it. You don't have the additional investment, and then you get Austin. That's how they got there. They won't build a street. They won't build a road. This is how it got that way. It's by saying no all the time when you have developers who are willing to work with you and willing to take suggestions. And the thing is, Bastrop is a tiny, tiny footprint. Austin was many, many, many times the size of the footprint. So when we say no to these things in the city limits, what we're saying no to is the revenue that they generate. We're not saying no to the traffic, because you put this same development, a quarter mile to the east, you have the exact same amount of traffic, only you have no revenue to pay for it. That's what's going to go on all over this place. Look at Kennedale. Look at Dalworthington Gardens. Look at Bel Air. These are all tiny little donut holes that were swamped by development because those people didn't want to grow. They didn't want to go with it. So now what they are is very high tax, very low service enclaves, and they're surrounded by all the development that they fought so hard to fight. So that's the way I see it. We all look back at the past and think about the good old days, and we miss a simpler life. But we all know that those days are gone for good. I just hope we can reflect on what it was that made those times so great and try to attain it in our current situation. I still do it every day, trying my best to make sure that everyone that comes to see us is made to feel welcome, no matter where they came from. And I invite others that are like-minded to do the same.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have an update on the petition? Or should we just keep
I think
talking?
you're still doing some figuring.
Okay.
I'm doing as fast and math as
That's okay, we'll just keep talking. So, I went back and I looked at the character district map and for that area, and it shows that area as the Lost Pines District. So then I went and I read the description of the Lost Pine District, and it says the Lost Pines has special geographic features such as the such as the stand of loblolly pines, and is more than 100 miles from similar forest. Additionally, the towering trees and sand soil in this environment provides an optimal environment for the Houston toad. The rolling hills provide breathtaking vistas and deep valleys that provide an opportunity for cluster developments that will preserve the natural environment while allowing urban neighborhoods to interact with nature. So I came into the meeting with a no. I'm still at a no. I always, though, try to find a way that maybe we can compromise. I've heard, again, some residents saying that we feel better about it, but we're still not sure. And again, I go back to trust. My no, I'm always of the belief we have a room full of people requesting or stating their opinion. We should listen to the no's and the yeses. I am of the firm belief of that. It's an overwhelming no in our community for the zoning to change from the P2. And then again, our comprehensive says that it can go to a P4, not a P5, and there's just been so much of a mix-up that, again, I go back to the lack of trust there. Personally, everyone knows that I'm pro-growth. I grew up here all my life. I always knew Bastrop was going to grow. I wanted Bastrop to grow. I'm pro-growth. I am pro-diverse housing. We need housing. We need diverse housing. I too am tired of the whole affordability conversation, because the reality is the east side of Austin was taken over by apartments, and nobody that lived on the east side of Austin could afford those apartments. So if we're really going to talk about affordable housing in every development project that comes to Bastrop, then we need to, as a city, actually work with developers who are willing to build affordable housing. Just because an apartment complex goes up doesn't mean it's going to be affordable or that they're even going to consider that. We have to proactively work with developers who are willing to build that type of housing. And until we do that, we're going to continue to have a housing crisis in Bastrop, worse than what we already have. So that is not selling me on passing the project. Because it's not going to be affordable for the average person. I personally love the concept. I want the 12-story building, quite honestly, but not in that location. The issue here, I think, is the location. Where the location is not optimal for the dream that the developers have, the dream that even I have. If it was somewhere west on flat land, I would, and it's already zoned appropriately, I would have no problem saying yes. But on that piece of property, I have to go back to what that character district was, and we got input from the community on establishing that district. So, you know, if the public and the council is not willing to look at other ways to compromise, my vote's going to have to be a no, because the only way that development on that land, as it stands right now, as P2 is going to work, is with single-family homes. Thank you.
Councilmember Fossler.
This proposal touched a nerve, more like a lightning rod. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen City Hall have to go over to the Convention Center to accommodate everyone. And what Venkat spoke of as finding the win-win, like, I want that for us too. I don't think it's possible in this location, and it's only the location. I don't have a problem with the density. I don't have a problem with the proximity to the neighborhood. I don't have a problem with those things. It is this specific location. I don't think a win-win is possible, and in this location. And I want that for us, and I think we can pioneer it somewhere else, because I feel like we all got a sense for each other as we spent more time with each other and we're like beginning the relationship, and it's a bummer we're just beginning that part of it now, but I don't think it's possible here in that location.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Fossler. I appreciate your statement on that, and Councilmember Kirkland, too, going back on the traffic. I want everyone to understand, and it's way too easy, and it's way too simple to say it's pro-growth or it's anti-growth. And this is not what this is about. So please don't say that. I understand what tax dollars do. I understand the need of tax dollars, and our infrastructure has to be there, and we need so many things, and I get that. But in that location, where we already have one of the worst traffic situations in this entire city, it would be so irresponsible for us to dump more problems. It would be so irresponsible to take the heart of the Pines and destroy that area. So that being said, it is critical that, and Kevin, you are absolutely right when you said the future land use has to be right. Because this is a test, y'all, and we've got to get this right. It's disingenuous to let developers come in and see what the future land use says. That's not fair to them. So we need to address this comprehensive plan like yesterday. Let's get this right so we don't have this problem again. And it's not about pro or anti, I promise you that. We are all very concerned about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Foster, your light is still on. Do you have something more to add? We do not. Madam City Manager, have we
Yes,
arrived?
we've completed the algebraic equations. We had 3 property owners on the petition protest equaling 5.14 acres. The total area within the 200-acre rule is 43.13 acres, so that equals 11.9%, and it does not meet the 20% supermajority.
Okay, thank you. Council, our public hearing is still open. If you're ready to make a decision this evening, I can close the public hearing. If your inclination is to table this for further discussion, we will keep the public hearing open. I'm merely providing the options. I appreciate but if y'all are ready to make a decision tonight, I'd like to close the public hearing, and I'm getting nods. We will now close the public hearing, and I will
Mr. Mayor,
I
would like to be recognized, and I believe the consensus of the developers is that if we're not tabled tonight, we would like to withdraw our request.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, if that's possible.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to move to deny the rezoning.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Do we have further discussion? Seeing none
It sounds like if we're not tabling, then they're withdrawing. So is there a motion before us? Maybe that's a question for Alan.
The process at this point belongs to the city council. Whether to zone or rezone a piece of property is a legislative decision. It's viable, it's properly before you, so you can choose to act to deny, to approve, to table. You can choose to honor the request of the applicant or do what you see as best. So I think you do have a viable motion in front of you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor, may I just clarify one thing? I just want to clarify that we are voting on the denial of rezoning. Thank you.
That's correct. Madam City Secretary.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett?
No.
Councilmember Fossler?
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Motion passes. We will move on. We appreciate everybody's participation. Council, before we move on, is there a need of a bio break?
Yes.
Yes, please.
We will recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back in here at 9:25, so we can get back to the city's business. Thank y'all. All right, we do have a quorum. I would imagine Councilmember Lee will join us shortly. We will move on to item 9B, consider action to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2024-14 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances related to Chapter 3 Building Regulations, Article 3.17 Flood Damage Prevention as attached in Exhibit A, and providing for findings of facts, repealer, severability, modification, effective date, proper notice and meeting, and move to include on the June 11th, 2024 consent agenda for the second reading. Ms. Wick.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item you have before you today is an ordinance amending Chapter 3 Building Regulations, Article 3.17 Flood Damage Prevention. On April 25th, 2023, the City of Bastrop adopted the FEMA Flood Insurance Rate Map and Flood Insurance Study, which implemented an additional restriction for development in the Special Flood Hazard Zone area. The additional restriction added the requirement to elevate the structure 2 feet above the base floor flood elevation when improving more than 50% of the market value of the structure. The market value definition has been added, and staff is proposing a 4-year frame for analyzing improvements to the structure to ensure compliance. This will allow staff to monitor projects attempting partial improvements in order to circumvent the requirement. Does the mayor and council have any questions?
Do we have any questions for Ms. Wick? Councilmember Plunkett.
I'd just like to understand better how this would be applied in terms of, you know, how would it be calculated? How would it be determined? The, you know, fair market value? Are we going to go by the taxing entities? Are we going to, I mean, that would be the simplest way since we already have an appraisal that's free. But I just wanted to understand in the 4-year, so the 4-year time frame is a little bit confusing to me. So if you could add some clarity there.
Of course. The market value definition has been added. I can read it verbatim if you'd like. The market value is the amount in cash or on terms.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's okay. You don't have to read it verbatim.
Okay,
No, I just wanted, I was
we
just.
put it in the ordinance,
No,
so
on
it
the
would be clear.
Right. The market value definition, I got it. I just wanted to verify that it was the taxing entity that would provide that value. And no, mainly the 4-year portion of it, I'm a little unclear on.
My bad, my misunderstanding. So the 4-year, it looks at the current project plus 4 years prior. That's how you determine the 4 years.
So I'll give you an example in the coast. Some of the areas that are within the floodplain and maybe had been grandfathered, if you do a portion of your roof and you do 25%, that doesn't count. The next year you do 25%, doesn't count. Next year. And so we have a lot of properties that are circumventing the process by doing it piecemeal. We're going to take a snapshot back and make sure nothing super substantial happened within those floodways or floodplain that would cause the structure now to cause a hazard to other things.
Okay, that's what I presumed it was for. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to break it. You know, I'm trying to figure out ways to fail. And the one thing I can think of would be, like, for example, if you did a couple of, I don't know, I'm trying to think, okay, if you did a few things in good faith, I totally get the, you know, not wanting people to get away with just every year doing 10%, and soon you've got a, you know,
Enclosed
multi-million-dollar house. Yeah, I get it. Is there, I'm trying to imagine a scenario that would be unfair. Like, for example, yeah, you got your roof blown off, and maybe it was, and I guess in a situation like that, you wouldn't have that decrease in value. I mean, you wouldn't value it with the roof off. You know, it's useless at that point. So you would value it before the roof was blown off in a storm or something, right?
Yep. Well, so a couple of things. One, this is step one to get us into being a community rating community, a CRS rated community. Two, the building official always has discretion, especially for those things that are emergency. And three, were we to have some event, the council is then going to pass an emergency ordinance that allows repairs and those kinds of things. And these things are sort of, I don't want to say they're put aside, but we don't have the microscope. These are really for protection of areas. For example, a lot of our floodplain has become floodway. And ours is riverine flooding, meaning the water's going to rise. It doesn't have wave action like we're going to find on the coast. So for us, that riverine flooding that's going to happen, it's going to take some structures away, but they're not necessarily going to flow 50 miles upstream or downstream the way they would with the wave action. But somebody enclosing areas that don't allow that water to run through, or somebody putting in things like electrical units or electrical outlets in areas that cause a danger when we do have rising floodwaters, that cause a danger to everybody in that water or everybody in that area. That's what this is intended to prevent. The building official will always have discretion, and the floodplain manager will always have discretion as to if there's something that's gray and needs to have more clarity or more refined eyes on it.
And I suppose there's also the extra safety net of coming to council for
Yes,
relief.
the building standards board first, and then council.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
I think I can sum up my question as why. So, I mean, what's the background? Why would we do this? What does it benefit the city in some way? It just feels like it's going to harm an individual at some point, and I don't quite get the community benefit of doing this. You mentioned a CRS-rated community, so maybe it contributes to something that I don't know about. But
Yes.
So fundamentally, my question is why?
Okay. Fundamentally, one, the flood maps changed, so we've got inherent protections that we need to put in. Two, we are not yet a CRS-rated community, but we need to be, and that
But I don't know what that means.
a community rating system, community has certain safeguards in place, i.e. not allowing things built in the floodplain, us managing elevation certificates, us verifying construction methods. That has a savings of 15% plus, depending on your rating, depending on how good of a job city staff is doing at maintaining those elevation certificates, how good we're doing at inspecting, how good we are doing our job. So the fact that we have many new properties that are in a floodplain that were not in a floodplain before and that will require floodplain insurance as part of a federally backed mortgage, this is a way to be able to save dollars to the community at large. It has a dollar value to it. I haven't done the assessment of what that dollar value is. And for the most part, really, it also opens us up for grants and other federal dollars from FEMA. And when we have properties in our floodplain and floodway that are called repetitive loss, there are dollars available from the feds that help us buy those properties out.
And does this 4-year look-back period, is that a requirement of some of these things, or is that just our idea? Like, where does
That's
that
a
come
pretty
in?
standard language for the flood protection ordinance. And I'm pretty sure that's just copied from FEMA.
Well, but we already have okay, this is an assumption. There's text in here, which I assume is our existing flood protection ordinance, and then there's some changes. And we've just changed, well, we added the definition of market value, and then we added the definition, or changed the definition of substantial improvement to do that over 4 years.
Elizabeth, is that to match the FEMA, the exact FEMA language?
I don't know if there's an exact FEMA language, but it's my understanding that we didn't add a timeline. It was more of an oversight when we first did the article. And then Sylvia has brought it to our attention that it is a good idea to have a timeline on everything. So we are implementing one, and we reached out to FEMA for a recommendation on years, and they told us generally cities use the 4 years.
And does it matter if the property was improved prior to you purchasing it? So 2 years ago, they did a major renovation, you bought it, and then you did a major renovation?
No.
No? Okay.
No. So what we're looking at, one, we look at a few things, not just when the renovation took place, but when did the flood map change? There are some things we can and can't force people to do. There's a lot of things we can and can't force people to do. But this also goes to not just substantial improvement, but it's also the 50% plus, the 51% improvement. So my experience in floodways is people generally the property is elevated because you have to get it out of the floodway. And here's a perfect example back here of a property that's elevated. In the coastal areas, what happens is pretty soon they put siding on that property. And you can still let the water flow this way, but water can't flow this way. And so the structures begin to sway. Then they put another wall. We haven't had a hurricane or we haven't had any flooding for a few years. They put another wall, and all of a sudden I have an enclosed first story.
Mm-hmm.
So here comes the storm, water's not able to move through, the structure fails, and now that structure failure has caused danger to everything around it because that structure is now flowing.
So I would argue that this substantial improvement paragraph is not limited to the current owner. It's last 4 years, period.
If you would like to make an amendment to that,
Okay.
because this is council's sole discretion, what I will say is when we go through the CRS process, they will look at our ordinances and go, yeah, this one's a little bit weak, maybe this one's only worth 2 points. But I won't know that till we go through that process. And then at that time, I can bring something different to council that says they want us to strengthen this to a blank number of years.
Now you're all just sitting here looking at me. I would like to amend it in a way that makes it so that it's 4 years under your control. And there's probably a couple places to insert about 4 words where that becomes true.
Sure, and I will say that the financing folks in the world, so let's say John Kirkland just bought a home at blank Main Street that is in flood elevation blank, and there are improvements during the inspection process. They're going to call those out because it won't meet code at that particular time. And then John Kirkland needs to make a decision whether he wants to purchase that property or not. So if you would like to add a statement that says staff is proposing a 4-year time frame, at which point the property was under the, I don't know, the current owner's control, or
Yeah. Something like that.
Alan?
I think it's in that last sentence of substantial improvement. Owner must make a search for it, or they keep it.
So, Mr. Attorney, the motion should include the suggested amendments?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I understand the intent of the amendment, and I think we'd be inserting language in the last 2 sentences regarding the previous 4 years under the then current owner.
So do you think, could we make a motion with the intent and let legal work out the language?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So then, may I?
Well, I have another line. Councilmember
no,
Lee.
Please go then.
I just want clarification on what you're saying. So if I were to buy a house and I wanted to make major renovations up front, are you saying that this, because I haven't been in the house 4 years, I wouldn't have to?
No, I'm saying that if the prior owner of the house had already made renovations equal to 40% of the house 6 months ago, and then you wanted to make major renovations to the house just as you
Just the
bought it,
10%?
you would be limited in how much you could do. You couldn't do the full 50% because that other renovation had happened within 4 years. And I'm saying that's one of those things that becomes unfair, that I want the 50% to include only the renovations that you paid for, that you intended to
Right.
occur.
Okay, just wanted to be sure on what I was voting for. Okay, I
But
got you.
what if those renovations then cause that property to not meet FEMA floodplain regulations or flood regulations?
In what way? I don't.
So I'll give you an
Yeah.
example. So let's imagine this house across the street, that is the attorney's property. Let's imagine that house a little bit higher. And let's imagine that that had lattice on two sides of it, and it had an air conditioning, unit that wasn't quite at base flood elevation, because that's what the FEMA maps do. They list the very basic flood elevation, and so let's say that was at 4 feet. And, you know, it's hard to get an air conditioner 4 feet up off the ground. It's hard enough to get so let's just say they chose not to do that, and they put their air conditioning unit on the ground, on the pad like everybody else does. And they've got now 2 walls and an air conditioning unit on the ground. And Councilmember Lee buys that house. And so she sees 2 walls and an air conditioning unit, doggone it, I can make that a pretty cool living room. And and an ADU, right? You can rent that out. And so she puts the other 2 walls in, and now that's an enclosed structure that doesn't meet the floodplain.
Would that be addressed during the permitting
Yeah,
process?
that's what I was thinking. is-
Yes, it would absolutely, but the property owner's gonna come back and say, but I haven't reached my 40%. So therein lies the stickler.
I think in that scenario, they wouldn't have gotten to their 50% number regardless of when you considered, the addition of the lattice and the 4-year. I mean, even without this change, I wouldn't trigger that. I think it would be triggered by the building permits and the pre-development meeting and, what are you trying to achieve? And then you find out, well, no, you can't do that because of these reasons. I think that's where that would be.
I'm hopeful that the bank would have caught it and not financed it and said your air condition has to be raised at the inspection process. I'm going to look at Councilmember Fossler, who has more experience in that.
But those circumstances would not necessarily be the rule, they would be the exception in all probability. Councilmember Plunkett.
So you're saying that you're saying you could create a situation that is out of compliance, that didn't previously exist? I thought we were just talking about fixing things that previously exist if you go above 50% value.
That's what we were talking about originally.
Yeah.
The Councilmember Kirkland wants to take a look back and not punish the property owners for work that had already been there and somehow missed either the inspection process or didn't get a permit or those kinds of things.
Okay.
Because in the example that I gave you, we
Yeah.
wouldn't have permitted that
Right.
AC to
That's
be,
what I was- right. That's what I was
less
getting
than
at.
4 feet above the ground.
Right, okay.
But Councilmember Lee doesn't know that. If she bought that property and it passed inspection, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
I had it.
And I know a gentleman who raised his family in that house, and they've sat on those steps and watched the floodwaters that would have put 2 feet in City Hall. So that's real.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, and staff can work with Alan, you do not want a retroactive intent to harm an existing or only a new property owner, correct?
Right.
New property.
If you've had your property for 4 years, then you look back the entire 4 years. But the start of the look back should start when you buy the house for the changed value.
I think we can make that happen.
Councilmember Plunkett, do you have something else to add? All righty, I will, seeing no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion. I'm sure the motion will be changed from what is recommended.
So I'll make a motion to approve this item with some additional language from legal that says that the 4-year look-back period will only include the time that the current owner owns the house.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Seeing no further discussion, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We'll move on to 9C. Thank you, Ms. Wick. Good presentation. Consider action to approve resolution number R-2024-59, the City Council, City of Bastrop, Texas, to ratify the emergency procurement from Weisinger Incorporated in the amount of $68,897.00 for materials and labor to repair well H, providing for severability, providing for repeal, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Well H is a alluvial well in Bob Bryant. As y'all are aware of, we lost well I a while back, and then this one. This one took a little longer because being an alluvial well, the first thing we said, why? Because when well I went down, we megged it, we tested it, everything was good. Why did all of a sudden our flows drop and now it goes off? So we ordered a camera. So when we pulled the well, the pump and motor, we cambered it. We found the screen being clogged. So we had to clean the screen to be able to get the new pump back in there so it don't overheat. All of the alluvial wells and the one Simsboro well we have now, they're all submergibles. And when they're submergible, you have the pump at the bottom with the motor, and they're all submerged underwater. Well, there's a shroud over the top of it because it pulls the water down and it circulates around the pump and motor to keep them cool, and that's how they lubricate them. And that's where the big timeline came that stretched this project out more than what y'all are used to seeing and it being a faster turnover.
Any questions for Mr. Hancock?
Yes, Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Lee.
So, is this the same well that we approved the emergency funding for the last time?
No.
Okay, I kept reading it, and I went back and watched the
Yeah.
video, and I was getting confused between H and I, and so
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure. So this is a whole separate emergency repair
Whole separate repair
from the last time.
shallow. And to give you a little update from the last time we was here, you was like, hey, what kind of plan y'all got? And we said, well, our plan don't really work. One reason our plan don't really work is because we got a bunch of alluvial wells. You can't take one down. You take it down, it puts the stress on all the other ones. But you know, as y'all proved, and we're in construction of the new well system out at Excess Ranch, and we will be having 2 wells come online in June. Meaning it's going to relieve the stress of these alluvial wells. It's going to give us opportunities to do things we never had. Now, in January, when we get all the wells online, all 4 of them, we'll do away with the alluvials. We won't have that. Out there, it's not a submersible. It's the motors above ground. It's just a way better quality. You can just imagine the aquifer. I know it's hard to imagine in your mind because you can't imagine one's a bowl and one's gravel because they're both gravel. But the reality is when you're down 50 foot, you're getting very shallow, not as much water being able to flow. When you're down 500 foot, you're getting a lot bigger area. Our screens are a lot larger. We're not going to worry about pumping 380 gallons per minute, which what H does. We're going to pump 1,500 gallons a minute.
Okay.
So the future is bright for our water.
Future is bright.
Councilmember Lee, you might be thinking there was probably a memo that went out about the emergency purchase some time ago. It's been about 2 months, I think, that you crafted the memo.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate it. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Councilmember Meyer.
Second.
And a second from Councilmember Lee. Seeing no further discussion indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We'll move on to item 9D. Consider action to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2024-17, the City Council, City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the code of ordinances related to Chapter 12 titled Traffic and Vehicles, Article 12.05 titled Speed Limits, adding sections 12.05.009 titled State Highway 304 Speed Limits, zoning for traffic and speed therein on State Highway 304 in the city limits, the City of Bastrop, defining speeding and fixing a penalty, therefore declaring what may be a sufficient complaint and prosecutions hereunder, repealing all prior ordinances that are in conflict herewith and providing for findings of fact, enactment, codification, effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice and meeting as shown in Exhibit A, and move to include on the June 11, 2024 consent agenda for the second reading. Ms. Higgins.
Thank you, Mayor. One of these days, you're going to tell me to shorten my titles. So you can
Yes.
see here, this is a speed study that was completed by TxDOT, and it is to lower the speed limit on this section of SH 304. It is at the southern city limits. It's about 400 feet from Hunters Point Drive all the way till the intersection of 2171. This was a recommendation from TxDOT. They completed the speed study and then they sent it to us in order to implement it. It is about 0.67 miles of land, and it'll be reducing the speed limit from 60 miles an hour down to 50 miles an hour.
Thank you for that.
Long title, short presentation.
All right, council, Ms. Higgins has laid this out. Any questions for her? Seeing none indicated, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Plunkett, a second from Councilmember Meyer. No further discussion indicated. Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Vossler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We'll move on to 9E.
Thank you, guys.
Consider action to approve resolution number R-2024-60 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, approving and authorizing a proposal from Aquametric Sales Company for $67,535.95 as a sole source provider for census products and services, providing for execution of all necessary documents, providing for a repealer, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Hancock, welcome
Thank you,
back.
sir. Thank you. This is just, we're going to need to add an antenna on the elevated storage tank at Highway 20. That'll help, that way we can be able to read our meters that are in the area of Valverde, Pearl River, West Bastrop, East Bastrop if it ever comes in. And it'll just, right now, we won't be able to read them automatically, and we won't be able to give those customers the same responses we do with our in-town customers. And that's why we're asking for approval.
Outstanding. Any questions for Mr. Hancock?
No, but thank you for saying it was an antenna, because I tried to Google an image of a base station and could not find one anywhere. So,
Sorry.
thank you.
Took care of that, didn't you?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Lee, a second from Councilmember Plunkett. No further questions. Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Vossler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We'll move on to item 9F, consider action to approve resolution number R-20-61 regarding a petition filed by Christopher Humphreys to remove approximately 5.1 acres of land as described in the petition from the City of Bastrop's extraterritorial jurisdiction pursuant to Local Government Code, Chapter 42. Madam City Manager.
Mayor and council, as you know, the legislature allowed property owners to withdraw from the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction. This property is a little bit difficult for me to recommend that we relieve it from the ETJ. However, it is 5.1 acres, and so just inherent to that, there would be some relief found in the local government code anyway in the county. So, you know, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, but given that, I would err on the side of the property owner and allow it to be removed from the ETJ.
Council, any questions for the city manager relative to this item? Seeing none indicated, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Councilmember Lee.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Plunkett. Seeing no further discussion indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Foster.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We'll move on to 9G, consider action to approve resolution number 2024-64 to create a charter review committee with 2 appointments by each council member to bring back recommendations to the city council for a charter election to be held in May of 2025. Madam City Manager.
Mayor, so I'm gonna, Alan will have to chime in. So when we had the last council meeting, it was my assumption, after listening to the video and listening to the minutes, about what was asked for staff to bring back. Hence, I directed the city secretary to send out an email and said, please submit your 2 names. Councilmember Fossler is the only email we were copied on that had a comment to you. This item, so we subsequently sent a request to the rest of the council to submit their 2 names. We were not aware you were on vacation, and so we didn't receive a response from you at the time of the posting. The other council members submitted these names for consideration.
And I recall from the meeting 2 weeks ago that I'd asked for recommendations to be sent to me for consideration and for y'all's confirmation on there. My intent, as we discussed at our last meeting, was that the Charter Review Commission be made up of 7 to 9 members. I think 12 members is a little bit high for what we're trying to accomplish, plus it needs to be an odd number in case there's tiebreakers. My inclination at this point in time, based upon the recommendations that y'all have made and that y'all submitted, I did receive 2 emails from Councilmember Foster and Councilmember Lee telling me what their recommendations were, and I was hoping to receive the others. I did look at the agenda packet and saw that names had been submitted to the city secretary or the city manager. I'm on a couple of points on the resolution that Alan has provided to us. Under Section 3, it states the Charter Review Commission shall have 12 members. I would be satisfied with that being up to 12 members, but that's not my inclination to appoint, as the mayor makes all appointments subject to confirmation by city council. I would also like for us to consider, because this is an extremely important subject, that we consider our May election, one, to give the Charter Review Commission time to make clear, concise recommendations to us as council, as well as save the city about $25,000 to $27,000 in election cost to have this item on our in November. So I would like for y'all to consider that. I am prepared at this point in time to provide to y'all and ask for y'all's confirmation of 9 members for the Charter Review Commission. I believe, Alan, I agree with you that it should be commission. In alphabetical order, David Bragg, former council member Jimmy Crouch, Alex Henley, Bernie Jackson, former council member Doc Jackson, former mayor Ken Kessler, Debbie Moore, Robert Peason, or Pison, if I thank you, and former Mayor Connie Schrader. That would give us a Charter Review Commission of 9 members. We can let them decide who will be the chair of that commission, certainly subject to our approval if need be. But I respectfully submit those 9 suggestions to the Charter Review Commission. I have a question from Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So to clarify then, it's saying here in section number 4, the Charter Review Commission shall give a report summarizing recommendations to the council no later than November the 12th. Am I missing which, do we need to add on here for which election, November or May?
In sec-
It just says recommendations to council. Yeah, it doesn't say. Oh, got it. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
So that is covered.
Okay.
Mayor
Sounds
and council, the reason I did it that way on the draft is to give you some time as a council to thoroughly consider the recommendations. and decide what you want to put forward to the voters, and think about your messaging to the voters before the deadline to call the May election.
Thank you for that.
And will there be a council liaison to this commission or no? Is that typical?
It was not done in 2016.
Okay. Just
To my
didn't know.
recollection.
I don't know.
Okay.
And it's, there would be no need to, because they're
Okay.
going to be providing their recommendations back to council
Thank
as
you.
a whole. Councilmember Plunkett.
Just wanted to ask Alan, if we had all sent our nominations to the mayor, would that not have been an Open Meetings Act violation? We're constantly told not to all send things to anyone on a particular subject.
Fair question. I think if it's, one-way communication from one council member to another, and there's no back and forth, that probably does not add up to a walking quorum. It's the chain of communications that I think that's a close call. There's never been a court case or AG opinion on that scenario. Normally, one-way communications is fine.
Yeah, because usually anytime we answer, we go through Ann, or we go through Sylvia, or you.
That's to help buffer and protect you from that. Exactly.
Right, and that's why it made perfect sense that we would send it to Ann.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I'm really confused because I'm not sure how the communication got from two council members, Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Foster, to you. I didn't even have any direction to send anything to you, and then the only direction I had was when our secretary sent it to us, and my thought was we all put two names from our last meeting. I thought that's what we were going to do, to have 10 on it, assuming probably with the resolution that was given to us tonight, you would have had 2, so there would have been 12. So I'm pretty confused, and I know in 2001, there were, in the original charter, there were 15 members. In 2010, there were 9 for the revision, so that's why I asked so many questions at the last meeting. I didn't understand what the process was, and it still wasn't clear, and obviously it wasn't clear even on this.
The discussion, to my recollection, is that we were going to create a charter review commission. We were going to, the council was going to submit names that they would like to see on there for my consideration to make the appointments. And it got somewhat turned around, and I somewhat agree with Councilmember Plunkett. The suggestions could certainly have gone through the city secretary to be provided to me of what y'all's preferences would be on that. But as a direct communication without including other council members, it could have been a one-way or two-way communication without having a chain on there. And I'm merely submitting my required appointments to y'all for your consideration, along with a consideration, do we want to have a November or May election on the charter revisions?
Well, Mayor, I don't see a choice on here. There's no choice for November or May, it just says May. The first number 4 just says that the committee needs to have their recommendations by the 12th, and the second number 4 says, approve, okay, let me read, to allow voters to approve or disapprove May. It doesn't give the option for November in the resolution.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing it.
What I would add to that, Mayor and Council, is that hypothetically, you could go for a November election. That would mean 2 things. Number 1, we'd really have to rush this review process. And number 2, as the mayor referenced in his remarks, we'd be paying for a special election in November rather than coupling a special election with the general election in May. So you have that choice. I don't know how much of a viable choice that is.
But I think one of the questions that she's asking, the Charter Review Commission should give a report summarizing recommendations to City Council by a date to be determined in May. for our consideration, correct?
By the 12th. So it says the committee needs to have their report to us by the 12th for review. I'm sorry, November the 12th for
Okay.
review, and then the election would be in May. So
Okay.
approving this resolution, those would be the date.
Good
Our
enough.
resolution, these would be the
Good
dates.
enough. Thanks for the clarity.
And Mayor and Council, again, I chose the 12th arbitrarily. You can change that. My rationale was the holidays are going to start. Agendas get pretty compressed, and this is a lot to process right before you come back from the Christmas, New Year holiday to order the election. So I just chose your November 12th meeting as a deadline. You could modify that if you wish.
Good. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Meyer.
So just one more question, Mayor. The two that were submitted by each council member, which was 10, I can't remember the list that you named out for the 9. So did you add 2 people and take off 1 person from a council member? Just please let me know how that process was done.
Well, it's, the fact is that it's within the purview of the duties of the mayor to appoint members of boards and commissions and committees. I had not received names from y'all directly. We've had the explanation for that, and I had 2 people that I was submitting on that because I am a member of council. So I had my own 2 selections that I wanted to be there. I've taken, of the 12 names, I've placed 9 in front of y'all for y'all's consideration.
Thank you. I just, to be fair and considerate of everyone and you also, I'm not understanding why we couldn't just take the 10 and add your 2 and have 12, which is what the resolution actually says, 12.
Well, and I understand your point. The resolution is inconsistent with the charter, and the appointments are made by the mayor for confirmation by city council.
Alan, is that, because we were given this resolution by you, so is that, how did
Sure, Mayor and Council, and this is just a draft. Obviously, we're working on it now. You can modify it before you approve it. I plugged in the number 12 because based on my notes, I thought that each council member would submit 2 names, including the mayor, that would add up to 12 members. The mayor is correct that under the charter, he is the one who appoints members to boards, committees, commissions, and task forces, and the council has the opportunity to consent to those members or not. So it's my opinion that the city council can decide what size this commission is going to be, and then it's the mayor's job to appoint members subject to your confirmation. In this process for this group, we have asked for council members to submit their suggestions, their nominees to that process.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
So I guess my feeling is that we should take all of the 12 that have been named from council and you as well. And anything besides that, I intend to vote against.
Councilmember Meyer.
One more time, I promise. So with the statement from Alan that we can determine the size, I think just in fairness, honestly, we each have our 2 we put up, and Mayor, fairness for you, you can put the 2 up and let's set it at 12 and make it as simple as possible and be considerate of everyone.
Councilmember Lee.
Do we need to have an odd number?
No, don't necessarily have to have an odd number. I was disappointed in this entire process being inconsistent with the charter and a further subversion of the office of the mayor. But again, y'all are council, and if y'all decide to make it 12, I'll just have to add 3 appointments to this list.
I do feel like there should be an odd number because if they follow Robert's Rules of Order, in terms of voting on things, you're going to have an even number of 12. So I'm okay with the 9, but if the majority is going to go with 12, I think we need to take that in consideration because I think it would probably come down to some voting on some of the items, and we need an odd number.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Move to approve.
Oh, you're moving to approve the 9? Yep. Okay. I'll second.
Can we have the list of the 9 one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Our
Yes, ma'am.
records.
We have a motion by Councilmember Plunkett, a second by Councilmember Lee. The 9 names in alphabetical order are David Bragg, former Councilmember Jimmy Crouch, Alex Henley, Bernie Jackson, former Councilmember Doc Jackson, former Mayor Ken Kessler, Debbie Moore, Robin Pison, and former Mayor Connie Schrader.
And to add, we're going to include in the motion the amendment to Section 3 to say 9 instead of 12.
Yes. Any further discussion, council? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Plunkett,
No.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
No.
Councilmember Foster.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails. We pass it on, or somebody have another motion they would like to make?
I would like to make a motion to go with the original document that we have been given, that the commission will comprise of 12 members, 2 each of the names that have been already given and are listed in our packet, and then the 2 names that the mayor, and we'll have to state what those 2 names are.
I have a motion from Councilmember Meyer. To be clear, you're referencing the chapter or section 1 that 2 recommendations for appointments are being considered to be your appointments. Is that what you're saying?
I'm recommending a commission of 12. 10 of the names are listed in our packet. I can state those: Joe Grady Tuck, Jimmy Crouch, Connie Schrader, Debbie Moore, Doc Jackson, Richard Smarzik, Alex Henley, Robin Payson, Ken Kessler, Chris Kirby, and then the 2 names, Mayor, that you added.
David Bragg and Bernie Jackson.
David Bragg and Bernie Jackson.
So to be clear, by power of the council, y'all are moving against the charter to select members of boards and commissions. That's I guess Alan, I guess that's their prerogative by vote. Am I correct?
I believe this process of nominating commissioners from the dais that were not first offered by you is not consistent with the process provided under the charter.
Okay, so the motion, is it a viable motion that Councilmember Meyer has just made?
It's a clear, well-articulated motion. What it calls for is a process that's different than is provided by the charter.
Council, are y'all in agreement with going against what the charter spells out?
I am not, Mayor.
That is my motion.
I have a motion from Councilmember Meyer. Not hearing a second, motion dies for lack of a second. We need to move forward on this process at some point in time. I would suggest that we, if nobody has a tertiary motion now, I would suggest we table it and review the names that have been submitted and bring it back to at our next council meeting on June the 11th. Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Foster.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R 2024-64, The Charter Review Commission shall have 12, oh yeah, just as written. As written.
I believe that was Councilmember Myers' motion also.
No, she said the name, she added the names to the motion, which is violation of the charter. I'm just approving this. No? Oh.
I don't understand what the controversy was about the motion. If the motion was made by a council member to approve the resolution as written, with the minor modification of renumbering section 4, I think that's within her purview.
Okay.
To approve that motion. Again, I'll restate that it's my opinion the city council is creating this group, and the city council can decide what its duties are, how long it shall serve, and what its membership is going to be.
But the mayor still makes the appointments.
Under the charter, the mayor makes appointments and the council confirms or denies the appointments.
I will, based upon your motion, if it gets a second, I will bring back 12-member recommendation or appointments for y'all's consideration.
Sorry, so we're not voting on any names? We're just voting
Not at this
on
point in time, no.
the amount of members on the committee and the dates?
I will bring it back to y'all on June the 11th for your consideration and confirmation.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R 2024-64 with the accepted changes.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Fossler, a second from Councilmember Lee. Seeing no further, Councilmember Fossler, do you have other comments? Seeing no further discussion, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Fossler?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
No.
Councilmember Plunkett?
No.
Okay, we've had three separate motions. All of them had died either from a opposite vote or from a dying for lack of a second. Are we going to try it a fourth time, or are we going to table this until June the 11th? Okay, we will move on.
Mayor, why the date of June the 11th?
Say again?
Is that, you're
That's
just
our
saying
next-
June
that's
11th?
our next council meeting.
So I think we should table it. What would be the benefit of tabling it till June the 11th?
Well, we don't necessarily have to table it. We just need to have an agenda item on June the 11th to create our charter commission with the names that I'll be submitting to y'all for your confirmation.
So at this point, we've had three different motions. None of them have passed. What are we gonna do, guys? Because we gotta form a committee. So
Councilmember Lee, I totally agree with you. That's why I didn't think my motion was controversial, but obviously it goes against the charter by providing the names. I thought I was being very fair in my motion to consider out of consideration of all of us. So that's the process that I want to happen. I want somehow to get to a fair process where we all give two names, the mayor gives two. We have a 12-member commission, and is kind of what we started out with.
So I didn't get to finish what I was saying. We got to be amendable in situations like this. Just taking a hard stance is not going to get us anywhere. We could sit here all night and give 20 motions if nobody's willing to bend so that we can get this pulled through and form this committee. We should be willing to compromise. I go back to that word because I believe in every situation there should be a compromise. I have stated that I think there needs to be an odd number. So if it's not 9, then let's make it 13. But we've got to be able to move forward. We need to make a vote and get this commission formed so that we can get this review underway, so that we can get this on the ballot. So if we want to keep 12, let's compromise. Let's make it 13. I feel like there's got to be an odd number.
Motion to table.
I have a motion to table.
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
And I apologize, who made the second?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you, council. We'll move on to 9H. Consider action to approve resolution number R-2024-54, expressing official intent to reimburse certain expenditures of the city of Bastrop to pay the costs related to constructing, improving, extending, and equipping the city's water and waste system, and paying professional services in connection therewith, including legal, fiscal, consulting, engineering fees, and other related costs. Ms. McElwain.
Yes, so we have been, over the last couple of years, expanding the water and wastewater supply. We started this pre-COVID, and these costs have increased significantly. We were issuing debt in tranches to cover this, and we are ready to issue the last piece for this water treatment plant. And we have a few other projects that need to be done. 2 projects along 969 that require additional wastewater expense, and payment to Aqua for the transfer of the service area is also included in this amount. This resolution expresses official intent to reimburse certain expenditures, which you can see on the screen, related to constructing, improving, extending, and equipping the water and wastewater system, and paying professional services and other related costs. The intent is to issue debt to cover these expenses. It has always been the intent. There will be a little piece that we'll have to cover with savings from water, wastewater, savings from salaries and other operating expenses. But we will be bringing the official intent to issue debt to you at the next meeting.
Councilmember Lee.
I have a question. Thank you, Mayor. Just to understand these payments, is this normal? Is this typically how these things are paid off in such a large amount instead of paying it off as the project goes on? Or is this typical? Once the project reaches a certain point, then we start paying invoices?
Well, so this is paying as you go. The original project was 68 million, and so they borrowed, and they borrow in tranches. What's different about this particular tranche is that only a portion of it was supposed to go to the Simsboro plant, and then another 9 million was supposed to go to the elevated water tank, and there were some other projects. Those projects are not ready, and the Simsboro has moved further ahead, so we need to go ahead and pay that Simsboro already. And then we had not accounted for the Aqua CCN transfer or the errors and omissions on the 969 line. So it has been borrowed as you go. You never want to borrow it all, because then you're paying interest and it's sitting in the bank. This was the tranche that was approved in the FY22 budget. And so as opposed to us coming back and saying, I need another 500,000, we said we would find it in operating expenses through salary savings that we've had most of the year.
And so taking it from that expense, it's not, we're safe.
We're safe. Only a portion of it will come from this year, and then we'll budget. So only 250 will come from this year, and then the budget. And you can go back and look at your budget sheets. We have, we're at like 53% of salaries in the wastewater when we should be closer to 70%. So there's some savings there. What makes this a little bit different is we're doing a reimbursement because we do have a lot of money in the bank and other areas that we need to burn through so that I'm not paying. So we're burning through that, borrowing when we need to, and then reimbursing ourselves.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
So in section 1, it talks about borrowing up to $14 million. Is that correct? I mean, that's what it says, but I mean, is that the amount that you're going to, because I don't see 14 up here.
No, the amount was
so
36. We had amended it to say the entire 36,845, 36,845,000. The original amount that we were going to bring to you is 14 million, and then we all of these other projects came up, so we decided to just go ahead and do it. This is just covering the bases, making sure that that is.
So the section 1 in the packet says 14 million. Is it supposed to say a different number?
I don't have that in front of me, I'm sorry.
36,844, 152.
36,845?
Yes.
Other questions, sir?
No, nothing else.
Any other questions, comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Then I guess I'll move to approve with the amendment that will change the 14 million to 36,845.
Second.
And I have a second. Motion by Councilmember Plunkett, second by Councilmember Fossler. Thank you for the clarification, sir. Any further discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Fossler,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Last item on page 4. 9I, consider action to approve resolution number R-2024-63 of the City Council, City of Bastrop, authorizing the closure of the submission period for the request for qualification for indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity for engineering services, authorizing the city manager to proceed with the evaluation of the submittals and negotiations with the qualified respondents, providing for a repealing clause and establishing an effective date. Mr. Rosales.
Mayor, Council, April 5th, we issued the request for qualifications, or an RFQ, for the indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, which is the IDIQ for engineering services. We had 60 submittals and
60
submittals. In the staff report, they kind of break it down. 20 were for general engineering, 5 for environmental, 11 for land surveying, 7 for geotechnical, and 7 for mechanical, which is MEPs, and then 8 for project management, and then 2 for fire protection. And so we are asking for you to close it so we can start the evaluation process, which the next steps will be here: evaluation, selection, negotiation, and then bring future contracts to you for approval. Any questions?
Any questions for Assistant City Manager? Councilmember Lee.
Yes, I have a lot of questions. So I spent a good 4 hours today trying to understand the difference between an RFP and an RFQ and our request for a quote and an RFI. And I came up with, what's funny is I Googled all the pros and cons of each one. So they kind of seem similar, but not. So on the IDIQ, which is a weird name, but I think I have a lot of more questions about that process. So if the RFQ for the IDIQ closed on the 19th, why does it need council approval? And the packet said you'd already reviewed the submissions. So why does council have to approve?
So we reviewed
the closing?
Sorry, did you want? We reviewed the submissions, basically collecting them, taking them in, making sure they submitted the right materials, right information, and now we have to evaluate them, and so we need you to accept. We're saying that we're ready to accept them so that we can start those evaluation processes. It's kind of different for an IDIQ. Can you explain that a little better?
So normally, engineering services are always going to be RFQ because you cannot price engineering and professional services on price. It will never be a proposal. It will always be a qualification. And normally, we are selecting based already on a project. And so we may have the Simsboro plans, and we're taking qualifications for the Simsboro plans. And I'm only dealing with Simsboro.
Is your mic on?
Sorry.
and I'm only dealing with the Simsboro plant, for example. What IDIQ does is it lets me have a number of engineers and firms of different specialties on deck. So I'll use the example of land surveying again. When we needed land surveying on Blakey, I was not able to go directly to a land surveying firm. I had to go to a firm we had already selected and was in our queue. So I paid a markup on land surveying to that engineering firm. The city has a multitude of disciplines that we need at any particular time, and I may not know what that project is right now. And so what an IDIQ does is it allows it allows firms to submit. They give me a price sheet after we have vetted that they meet the minimum qualifications. This first pass was they submitted their insurance, their history, everything that the RFQ said they needed to submit. And also we verified their references in that. So now we're going to move to, okay, who's qualified and where do they fit in and how do we begin negotiations on that point. At some point we do talk about price, but unfortunately with these types of services, I can't judge them based on that.
So when it says staff is going to review the submission, who is staff? Does that, the DRC, who is staff? Who makes up that
So
staff?
it has been the two engineering project managers, it has been the assistant city manager and myself, and I was the director of finance there. There was a lot of people in the room.
Yeah, finance and
Finance.
Viviana from
Development
From
Services.
Development Services.
So the engineers will be involved in that process?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay. So I guess what I was trying to wrap around my brain is how are you going to review qualifications if we don't even know what the projects are? Do we have a list or a rough draft of the list of projects that they would possibly be working on? Because how are we to determine if they're qualified for a project if we don't know what the project is?
Well, and that's the beauty of IDIQ is I have a bunch on deck. I may need an environmental specialty for a project I didn't know, like let's just say the COREX and 969 project. And we had folks talking about the quality of the river and the permit and all of that. I may have needed an environmental engineer on deck, and short of bringing you a really quick professional services contract like we did with Perales, this actually allows us to have already vetted them, already have their insurance, already have a contract in place, and already have an established hourly rate that they're going to charge us.
Is there a requirement? How am I asking this question? So basically, they're like a basketball team sitting on the bench,
Yes.
and when you need them, you're going to pull
Yes.
them off the bench.
Yeah,
Put
and
them in.
they-
Okay.
Each one provided a qualification statement, and in that qualification statement, they gave us all the work that they've completed within X amount of time. And so each project is listed, and those projects can be small to large projects, and that's what we're going to call references and check on those qualities of the work they did for each of those projects they provided.
So I guess what I'm going to ask next then is, so what if we have our basketball team and a project doesn't come up and they stay on the bench? Is there any liability in that
No.
situation?
No, and that's the indefinite. And what is risky for them is they've given us a price sheet for a particular point in time. They may or may not have a project in that particular point in time because I may not have a need for that particular specialty.
And y'all divided them up into different engineering.
Categories, yeah, they have different categories, and so we're only going to evaluate the project managers together and the engineering firms together and the land surveyors together.
There's
And
no contractual obligation on either side.
Not until we bring a specific project to you and with the contract that you will approve per project,
With the price? 'Cause
with the price.
Yes.
There's no price at this point.
No,
You're
just qualifications,
You're just
yes.
on reserve until we need you, and then the pricing comes in later so that, well, one, we can't, right? Because of
We can't do
procurement
price,
laws,
but
right.
after we verify qualifications and figure that these top three firms are the three most qualified, then we have submitted price sheets
Yeah.
for them.
We'll
I
need-
still can't judge on the basis of price. I have to judge on who's the best qualified to meet that project. What has happened right now is we have pigeonholed ourselves into some very large firms who have that wide array. And so if I need land surveying, or I need environmental engineering, or for example, on the wastewater treatment plant, I needed MEP, mechanical engineering and plumbing, to deal with the AC issue, I can't go directly to somebody. I have to go to one of the larger firms, and that price includes the price of a principal, a project manager, a vice, and so that bill gets really, really high, as opposed to me being able to go directly to an MEP engineer and say, help me solve my problem.
But when you're saying that bill gets really, really high, you're still basing it on price.
Yes, but I'm already in a qualification with those firms. The city had already selected several firms that we have on deck for a wide variety of projects. And so, for example, when I needed resolution to the AC unit, my choice was to call one of the firms that we have on retainer and get help. They didn't have that person, so they went and outsourced it. So now not only was I paying our firm's price, I was also paying a premium for whoever else they brought in.
It expedites the process also.
Yes.
I kind of get it. I mean, I get it. I guess I'm saying, if we're saying one of the reasons why we're going to the IDIQ is because of the price of
And the speed.
of the other firms, are we not still basing it on price? And is that against the procurement law?
So we don't know so we still have to negotiate. So we don't have the price today.
No,
Like, we haven't
what I'm
received-
saying is if
but-
we're considering leaving what we've been using because of price, and now we're going to the IDIQ because it might lower our cost and lower the time, are we violating any procurement laws?
No.
No.
You can-
No.
Okay, thank you. Does any of the work, so you say you don't really know what the project is, so then is it not gonna, does this have anything to do with existing work on the wastewater treatment plant or phase 3 of the wastewater treatment plant?
It may. What I was discussing this morning with Councilmember Fossler and Councilmember Meyer is my intent is not to bring a capital project to the city this budget cycle. We need to finish what we have on deck.
I completely 1,000% agree. The only reason I asked that, though, is because and that's why I asked for the contract earlier, which I thought I took a screenshot of, but I don't see it. But on that contract, it says for projects, 50,000 to 5 million, I think.
The general services, we have two general services contract. We have under $50,000, and then we have.
No, I'm sorry, I said the wrong word. On the RFQ for the IDIQ, it said for projects 50,000 to 5 million.
Yep, because under
Right?
50 is my threshold.
Right.
I still have to go through a qualification.
Well, my
process.
question though is, I would think the wastewater treatment plant is well over 5 million, no? So you wouldn't be able to use these guys for that caliber of a project because the people that applied have only worked on projects with a price range of 50 to 5 million. So if we're
No.
looking at $100 million project, do they have the qualifications for that project, and can you use them? Because the RFQ specifically said for projects 50,000 to 5 million.
That's a question for legal, but we have firms in there who are existing firms who have done projects in the hundreds of millions of category.
We didn't specify a cost. The sample contract is what we used in here, and the sample contract had that title because that's one of our standard contract that we put in as a sample. Is that what you're talking about? The sample on
The
page?
IDIQ that went out, the very first page. Let me see if I can find it in the email real quick, right here. The very first page says,
Oh, 50 to 5 million. I see.
yeah,
In
it
construction
says
value
the
for-
city seeks engineers to provide the specified, I can't read, services on indefinite,
Yeah,
I
I
hate
gotcha.
that name. IDIQ projects typically range from 50,000 to 5 million in construction value for replacement, repair, renovation, rehabilitation, and new construction projects. So because that was specific on the RFQ, we can't use them, because what I read
It
of.
says typically, so.
Alan?
What I would suggest is the publication of a sample agreement with a range is not in any way binding on the city. And procedurally, if you approve what staff's put forward tonight, that just allows the city manager to go to the next phase, which is to close the request, negotiate, prepare contracts, and bring individual contracts back for future city council approval.
Okay, so that range does not clarify their experience, because that's what I was thinking. And the other thing was, in reading up on the IDIQ piece of it, one of the cons was by using an IDIQ for the capital projects or more complex projects, you weren't getting the level of expertise by using the IDIQ process versus an RFQ for our larger, more complex. I guess, so the main thing that I want to ensure is that by using this process, we're not going the cheaper route just to be going the cheaper route when we need quality and the people that we use for professional services agreement. And that is kind of what was implied as I was reading through the massive amount of links for the IDIQ.
No, I wouldn't say that, and I would say I would say over 80% of our existing firms submitted in one category or another.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, a high number of them. And a high number of them do very large projects.
And does this negate, because there was also a repeal clause in there, so if this gets passed, does this negate any existing contracts we have with anyone still with the wastewater treatment plant or
Not if
any
there's
of
a
these?
not if there's a funding and there's still an existing project, unless the council would then take action to remove said engineer from the project.
I agree with the city manager's statement.
So this is not negating any of that at this point, that repeal.
No, the projects that we have open will continue to be open under whatever
Contracts
scope,
then.
under
Okay.
whatever contract they are moving into. As we move into different phases of the wastewater treatment plant, for example, because we do have a partnership with Corex now with the cost share, we may want to revisit who our wastewater engineer is going to be.
I was going to say, just because we have them under this IDIQ doesn't mean that we can't do a bidding process for a specific project
specific.
outside of the IDIQ.
Yes, I read that too.
Correct.
The repeal piece I read that as whatever resolutions we passed before will be null and void with this. So I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, so if we go through the selection and negotiation and we figure out that these are great for these other projects we have, but then we get to a very large elevated storage tank project and we decide that these guys, none of these are qualified, then we could bid it out separately as an individual project and receive qualifications at that point.
And you would come to council.
That would go to council for, again, through the RFP, just like we did this one, where we ask you to put it out, we ask you to go, and then we do the whole bid process.
Okay,
And then
great.
come back for your approval.
All right, thank you for walking me through.
No problem. Any other questions? Yes, sir?
Mr. Kirkland.
Couple of why questions.
Sure.
So the first one is, why are we being asked to close it? And I think the answer is because that's what the RFQ said
Correct.
was going to take place. So I guess then my follow-on question is going to be, why did we write it like that?
Specific to the IDIQ so that we can close it to do these selections, because
Right,
we're going to
but
have
like,
multiple
for instance,
instead of
the-
having an individual. We're not going to bring one individual back to you. We're going to bring back multiples.
Right, well, why do you have to close it in order to evaluate them?
Yo no sé, that's a question for legal.
Oh, if the answer is because that's the way the law says we have to do it, that's the answer,
When-
but I just was.
Yeah, when we, go ahead, Alan.
The law doesn't provide strict details on how this process is supposed to go, but we are supposed to solicit people to submit their qualifications, and we choose the most qualified among the stack that we've received. So I think that anticipates that at some point there would be a closing
Got it.
to move forward. That's not a specifically statutorily dictated deadline, but how can you choose the most qualified unless at some point you cut off submittals?
Got it. And so then the last why question is why close now? So just you have enough?
We're ready. Yep, we have enough. We're ready. We've called the references and did some checks. We're ready to close it.
Thank you.
And the quality of those 60 submittals was good.
Yes.
I mean, we have a wide array from very large firms to very small local firms.
And our spread was through the whole state and not just specific to an Austin or Houston area. So we were very happy about that.
It's a diverse mix.
Yes, and we've seen some that we've never seen provide bids to the city before.
Okay, council, the assistant city manager has laid this item out. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, a second from Councilmember Meyer. Seeing no further discussion or questions indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer. Councilmember Plunkett.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
Yes.
Okay, council, we'll move to page 5 of 5 to executive session. We have 3 items. The first item is 10A, City Council shall convene a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087 to seek the advice of legal counsel regarding the contribution of hotel occupancy tax funds to fund renovations and updates to the Bastrop County Museum and Visitor Center. Item 10B, City Council shall convene a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to seek the advice of legal counsel regarding a potential request for a petition to create Bastrop County Emergency Services District Number 3. Item 10C, City Council shall convene a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to seek the advice of legal counsel regarding the master agreement for the transfer of retail water certificate of convenience and necessity service area from Aqua Water Supply Corporation to the City of Bastrop in consideration of compensation for certain service areas. It is 10:51. Council is in executive session. Council is out of executive session and back in the open section. We're moving to item 11, take any necessary or appropriate action on matters posted for consideration in closed executive session. There will be no action taken. I will move to item 12, adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We stand adjourned.